Orange Sky Audio presents Frostbite, Royal Claws, Book 2, by Millie Taiden. Narrated for you by Vanessa Kitchens and Michael Axtell. Chapter 1. Piper. Some people out there had faces you just wanted to punch. Dumb faces with perfect square jaws that always had just a hint of facial hair, gorgeous huge chocolate eyes, perfect noses, and lips that had no place being on a man's face. Okay, so maybe it wasn't so much that some people had dumb faces, and more that some men had dumb faces. And maybe not even some men. Just one man. Colin Relic had a dumb face. But even that wasn't true. The issue with Colin's face was that it made her dumb. Real dumb. One night stand dumb. Not that there was anything wrong with a quick roll in the snow. It simply wasn't Piper's style. She was more of a forever alone type of woman. She liked it that way. It didn't matter how many men her well-meaning and excessively annoying best friend, Grace, tried to set her up with online. Piper hadn't found anyone who could keep up with her. Men were terrified of her once they learned what she did for a living, or they tried to outdo her. Not one of them was her match, an equal who believed she was capable of getting shit done. She had enough of that at work. She didn't need it in the bedroom. Colin Relic had given her false hope for about a minute, and she would never forgive him for taking it all away. Him and his dumb face. "You live in Anchorage, Alaska, for fuck's sake," Grace said. "Piper, get real. You basically live in a sausage factory." Grace wasn't wrong. She wasn't right either. Anchorage was equally populated between genders with loads of families. Grace's answer to this? "Well, you're a park ranger. Have a go at one of the tourists, a hunky mountain man who goes for a hike or whatever it is people do up there." If Grace knew about Colin, she would probably hop on a plane to fly there, jump up and down in victory, then leave. Grace wasn't exactly a fan of wide-open spaces, or nature, or anything in the real world. As much as Grace pushed Piper to go out there and live, the woman was practically a hermit living with a hoard of books. Yup, Piper had to keep Colin Relic a secret. That wasn't even the worst thing about Colin and his dumb, handsome face. He ruined her favorite bar, Dusty's. She hadn't gone back in almost 3 months in fear of running into him again. Her, a park ranger who could survive in the wilderness alone for a week. She was hiding from a man. It was frustrating. "I just want a burger," Piper said to her Jeep's steering wheel. She had tried other joints around Anchorage, but they weren't the same. Either the hamburger bun was wrong, or the fries weren't right, or the brand of ketchup wasn't the one she liked. "You're a grown woman," she told herself, glancing into the rearview mirror. Piper turned the Jeep toward the center of town, with all of the resolve and courage she could muster. She was going to have a burger and fries, damn it, and no man would ever stop her from going to Dusty's ever again. Nope. As soon as Piper walked into the diner, Dusty, a woman in her early 70s wearing a pair of worn blue jean overalls paired with a plaid shirt, waved at her with a warm smile. "Well, well, well. Look at what the cat dragged in. You haven't been in for so long. I thought you didn't love my burgers anymore." Dusty motioned to the corner booth that Piper preferred. "Oh, you know you are the best, Dusty. I've just been busy." The woman threw her head back and laughed, her braided white hair moving with her. "If that isn't the most creative way of saying, I don't want to see an old hookup, I don't know what is." Piper gasped. "Dusty!" "What? I am old, not dead. I get around. Life isn't life without some good sex, even if it's from a battery-operated toy." Piper shook her head. "I will never get used to your scandalous ways." "It's the only way to live, Piper. The only way to live. The usual?" "Yeah," Piper smiled. "And if you want to throw in some extra fries, I won't say no." Dusty winked at her before disappearing into the kitchen. Piper eased into her seat with a happy sigh. The booth was a faded red. A long time ago, the red must have been shiny. Now it was full of scuff marks, just like the cracked leather seats and the black and white tiled floor. Dusty's felt like home. It reminded Piper of the diner where she and Grace used to spend their afternoons back in Hawkins, the small New York town where they grew up. That diner had the best milkshakes, but shitty burgers. There really was nothing like Dusty's. Piper pulled out her phone and took a picture of her surroundings, and sent it to Grace with the message, "Thinking of you." In the 4 years that Piper had lived in Alaska, Grace had never visited her. Not once. Grace refused to leave Hawkins. She would probably buy her parents' house and die in the same small town where she was born. Piper couldn't do that. She wholeheartedly agreed with Dusty. Life was meant to be lived. It didn't mean having more sex with Colin Relic, but it did mean living out here in Anchorage. Piper loved her job as a park ranger. She loved even more that she had been posted right where she wanted to be. Her mother, Sandra, was from Alaska, and it was nice to be in the place that reminded her of her mother. Piper had grown up going on long camping trips with her parents. Real camping. The kind where you had a backpack with your supplies, and you pitched your tent before the sun went down. Her parents were survivalists, who owned a chain of mountain gear stores. They were based in New York, but Anchorage had a Flamia warehouse. From her booth, she could see the shop out the window. She snapped another picture and sent it to her mother. Sandra hadn't quite mastered the art of texting yet. The only thing that was hard about being so far from her family was missing them, but Piper wanted to be as close to nature as possible. This was the dream. On her days off, Grace wanted her to do more girly things, like get a pedicure or whatever. Piper packed up her stuff and went camping on the same lands she was hired to protect. It was just who she was. "Here you go, Piper." Dusty placed a large plate in front of her. The burger was almost as big as her head. It smelled so good Piper could have cried. The mountain of fries was all golden and perfect. She knew they were crispy on the outside, but would be tender on the inside. "You are a beautiful creature," Piper sighed happily. "I know you're talking to the burger," Dusty laughed, "but I'll pretend the compliment was for me." Piper mumbled something through a full mouth. There was no way she was staying away for another 3 months. If she ran into Colin again, it would just have to be an awkward situation that she forgot all about after a couple of bites of Dusty's food. Almost better than sex, she thought. Just not sex with Colin. Nothing was as good as that. With another bite of her burger, Piper rolled her eyes. That man had really done a number on her if she was sitting here, still thinking about him after only one night. That was hardly a normal thing to do. Grace said it had something to do with science or some shit. Piper tended to tune Grace out when she talked too much about love and science. The woman was a walking, talking encyclopedia about all things love, which was funny since Grace was so shy she could barely speak to a man without passing out. To this day, Piper blamed Johnny Drummond, Grace's crush, all through grade school. For her part, Piper never had crushes in school. She was always too busy planning her next camping trip. Besides, Hawkins boys didn't appreciate that she was better at all things survival than they were. She laughed to herself as she thought of the fragile male ego. She played with the idea of running into Colin again. She'd walk right past him and pretend she didn't remember him. Then he would spend the rest of his life wondering what he had done wrong in the sack. That is so mean. He didn't do anything wrong. Well, no, he hadn't. He hadn't called her or texted her. He left the next morning without so much as a goodbye. It had hurt. Well, fine. Lesson learned. She wasn't going to give in to the likes of Colin Relic ever again. He could crawl on his knees and promise all of the orgasms he wanted. She wouldn't fall for it. "Nope," she said to her burger before taking another enormous bite. She rolled her eyes and laid her head back onto the booth, savoring her burger. A whoosh of cold wind surprised her, and she bolted up in her seat, only to see him. Colin fucking Relic.
Chapter 2. Colin. Colin shouldn't be there. It was the very last place he should have been. He wasn't in Anchorage to screw around. He was there to see his dad, pick up some supplies, and get a few things for Peter. That was it. Somehow, his rental truck had developed a mind of its own and driven him to Dusty's. "We're just starving," his bear grumbled in his mind. "We haven't eaten anything in an hour. I can feel myself fading. Give me food or I'll make your face break out in fur." The beast meant it, too. He'd done it before. If there was one thing Colin understood in life, it was that he should never, never do anything on an empty stomach. It made him irritable, but the polar bear in his mind was a terror when there was no food around. Dusty's had the best burgers in all of Anchorage. It only made sense, really, that he would go there to eat his mid-morning snack. The only thing stopping him from going to the best diner in all of Anchorage was Piper Flamia. It was her place. It was her favorite place to eat. It was where they met, too. And Colin knew enough about the world to know that he would run into her again if he went back there. It was just the way with shifters and their mates. Life, or fate, or whatever the fuck that force of destiny could be called, it always pitched mates together. Even when shifters didn't want mates. Colin was one of those shifters. He wanted to rule over Winterland with his co-mayors and go on with his life in simplicity. He had seen what it was like to lose the love of your life, and he preferred not to put himself through that kind of pain, thanks very much. Plus, things were complicated now. He wasn't just the mayor of a secret shifter town. He was also his little brother's guardian. Then there was that mess with the 6 shifters still going on. He wouldn't drag an innocent woman into that. Especially not a woman like Piper. She deserved the whole fucking world, and not some small, secluded town that was frozen most of the year. Tucker, one of the 3 co-mayors, had been on a mission to find Colin's mate for a while now. Since Tucker had found his own mate, Natalie, it had become even worse. He was in love and all happy and planning a wedding and babies. Tucker was positive Colin needed the same thing. Colin was sure he didn't. That is why he had kept his secret. No one knew he had found his mate, and no one would ever know. He had one wonderful night with Piper, and that would have to hold him. If he needed to have sex so badly, he could find another willing participant. It would never be as good as it was with Piper, but it would fulfill the biological need. That was it. No love, no marriage, no babies. But we're going to be raising Peter now. This whole stupid plan of staying away from Piper because you don't want a family is void. You have a family now. I bet Peter would love having a mother figure around. Peter would have to do without, Colin argued with the beast. With a rental truck parked in Dusty's parking lot, Colin took a deep breath. He would go in, get a few burgers and a couple of orders of fries, scarf it down with a nice soda, and be on his way. He wouldn't see Piper. Nope. It didn't matter if life wanted him to have a mate. He didn't. He made his choices and decisions, and he had decided that it just wasn't going to happen. You're an ass. Resolved and pleased with his decision, he sauntered toward the entrance. The winter wind of Anchorage was cold, but it was nothing compared to what he had left behind in Winterland. It was Winterland, for fuck's sake. The name said it all. Come to our town, freeze your sack off. The door opened, letting out the fragrant aroma of fries and burgers. There was something else in the scent, something that made all of the warning bells in his head scream to high heaven. He knew that smell. Honey. We smell honey. The best kind, too. The bear laughed, the sound filling Colin's mind. And you thought you could outrun this because you chose not to be with our mate. Colin looked around, and there she was. Her head was thrown back over the seat of the booth, her favorite spot in the restaurant, and her eyes were closed in bliss. He had seen that similar look when he had been buried deep inside of her. He closed his eyes and then blinked fast to make sure he didn't imagine her. Nope, there she was, eating a burger like it was better than sex. Well, not sex with us. We're mates, So, by default, that's the best damn thing in the world. Now take a step toward her. That's it. Now another. You're almost there. Before he could even muster a mental fight with his bear, he found himself standing at the booth looking down at Piper, who was blinking up at him. She wasn't happy to see him. Her eyes were a few shades darker than their usual green. Her cream-colored cheeks were red, and she was all but smoking out the nose. "Piper," he drawled. His bear must have been in more control of his body than he thought, because all of a sudden he found himself sitting in front of her. "What do you think you are doing?" she hissed at him from across the table. "I'm here to eat," he answered with a shrug. "Well, don't. Go somewhere else. This is my place and my booth, and I don't want you here." "That's fair," he replied. He didn't want to be there either. That wasn't strictly true. It's not true at all. This is the only place in the world we would want to be. Unless she offers to go to her place, then that would be the best place. "How have you been?" She balked. "How have I been?" She scoffed. "How have I been?" She repeated the line one more time. "Oh, I don't know. Fine. I met this guy, we had a good time, then he literally dropped off the face of the earth. That was fun. Made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside." Colin felt his neck heat in shame. "I had to leave for work. I haven't been in town." "Well, isn't that nice for you? Now go back to whatever hole you crawled out of and let me have my meal in peace." "I'll join you." "No." "Hi there," Dusty sang, coming up to the booth. "Gotta say, it's nice to see the two of you chatting again. You know each other, don't you?" "No," Piper snapped, while Colin said, "We sure do." "Usual?" Dusty asked him. "Yep, and bring another for the lady. She'll join me." "Don't," Piper instructed Dusty. "I definitely will, Piper, and you're going to sit there and eat my food and have a good time. Remember that talk we just had? It's a hell of a lot better without batteries." With a wink, the woman went back to the kitchen. Piper's cheeks were all kinds of red. She wasn't just flushed, she was flustered. Colin could hear the speed of her heartbeat. He could see how breathing was hard. If she didn't take a deep breath soon, she'd pass out. "Darlin'," he leaned on the table, "I'm really sorry I didn't say bye. I had to go. There was an emergency back at my place." "I thought you said it was work." "Well, where I live, work and home is the same thing." Wasn't that the truth? But he couldn't flat out tell her that he was co-mayor with a wolf shifter and a fox shifter. She'd think he was crazy. That wasn't even if he mentioned he was a bear. She'd probably laugh in his face before calling the useless human authorities. "I should have done better by you." "Yes, you should have. You're paying for both of my burgers, by the way." "Of course," he snickered. "And I'm getting a slice of cake, too." He nodded, his snicker turning to a deep belly laugh. "Whatever you want, darling. We'll call it making it up to you." What the hell was he doing, exactly? Just a few moments ago, when he was in the safety of his truck, he had decided that he would have nothing to do with Piper. Now here he was, not only sitting at her table, but he was going to eat with her? This was the danger zone. This was the same level of peril as not feeding his bear at regular intervals. He asked his legs to move. They didn't. He tried to move anyway. He couldn't. Colin found that he couldn't budge a muscle. If he was honest with himself, he was way too happy to be near Piper again. As much as he didn't want a mate, he had missed her. It had been a long 3 months of feeling off, like something wasn't quite right inside. He was usually a big sleeper, but now he had a hard time getting through the night. He was miserable, and now that he was with Piper, he understood why. He had been missing a woman he barely knew because his body reacted to hers. His senses reeled with hers. His heart beat to hers. What a fucking mess. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Walk away again? How could he? You know what you should do? Seduce her again. Go back to her place, mate her, and then take her back to Winterland, where we never have to be without her again. Here you go, lovebirds. Don't call us that, Piper pleaded while he said, Thanks, Dusty. Bring 2 slices of that chocolate cake in a little bit, would you? You've got it, big guy. I hate you, Piper hissed at him. Eat, darling. She pursed her lips at him, but grabbed her burger. I eat because I choose to, because I haven't set foot in here in 3 months, because I didn't want to run into you. Of course. I wouldn't dare think otherwise. Colin tore into his food, only glancing up at Piper in between bites. She didn't take her eyes off him. It was unnerving, but also kind of erotic. She was furious with him, and he couldn't blame her. It had definitely been a dick move on his part. Leaving without saying goodbye hadn't been his intention, but waking all wrapped up in her arms had scared the shit out of him. And he was a co-mayor of a shifter town in the middle of the frozen tundra. That was saying something. Dusty stopped by the booth and dropped a massive slice of chocolate cake smack down in the middle of the table with 2 forks. She winked at him before turning toward Piper. Behave, girlie, or I'll ban you for life. She went back to her kitchen, chuckling to herself. Piper watched her go, then her eyes fell to the piece of cake. Are you serious? She mumbled under her breath. If you think I'm going to pass up chocolate cake because I have to share it with you, you've got another thing coming. I don't mind sharing the cake. And he found he didn't. Usually he wasn't too big on sharing his food, especially not dessert, but this wasn't just anyone. It was Piper. She grabbed a fork and slid the prongs through the rich, creamy icing and moist cake. Colin was mesmerized as she brought the bite to her parted lips. She closed her mouth around the fork, her eyes closed, and she moaned. She moaned. He knew that sound. It had a visceral reaction on his body. His cock twitched to life, reminding Colin that it was still very much functioning. Don't do that, he said, with a bit more force than he had anticipated. Piper arched a brow at him. Don't do what? She held his gaze as she went for another bite and repeated the whole show, moan included. He grabbed her fork-holding hand when she went for another bite. Seriously, darling, you're playing with fire here. I'm not doing that at all. I'm just sitting here, minding my own business, and eating a piece of cake. If it upsets you, you're free to leave and sit somewhere else. Actually, why don't you go take a long walk off a short pier? I'm not going anywhere when you're making sounds like that. She was confused, but only for a second. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head when she caught on. Oh, she whispered. Oh, she said, again placing the fork on her napkin. Well, I guess the decent thing would be to stop then. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. At least he could finish his meal without swinging Piper over his shoulder and taking her back to her place to fuck 7 ways into the next decade. You just wait, his bear taunted. You're in for it.
Chapter 3. Piper. Piper bit down on the inside of her cheek, hard enough to clear her thoughts from the one night of passion she had shared with the massive muscle man sitting in front of her. It had been quite the night, but she didn't need constant flashbacks as she tried to enjoy her chocolate cake. But then he'd gone and asked her to stop enjoying it so much because he was reacting to it. It didn't make sense, did it? This huge hot man, basically made of muscles upon more muscles and wrapped into even more muscles, was getting hot under his collar because she was eating her dessert. A very evil but very naughty idea formed in the back of her head. It was the perfect revenge for what he had done to her. With a smirk, she picked up her fork and slid the cake toward her. She stared at Colin until he looked at her. He frowned in a silent question, but she wouldn't answer. Instead, she took another forkful of the cake and slowly brought it to her lips. Piper. His deep voice was rough, full of all kinds of things that made her pussy clench. It was the same way he had said her name when he ripped her bra off all those months ago. She closed her eyes to keep from being too self-conscious and placed the cool prongs on her tongue. She made her moan loud and clear, dragging it out for a second longer. The cake was good, but not that good. Her plan worked. Colin pounced out of the seat. She opened her mouth to shout out her victory, but her words were cut short when Colin grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the booth. "I warned you, darling. You are playing a dangerous game." He crushed her body against his. His erection, that long girth made to pleasure her, pressed against her. It made her dizzy to recall the length of it, how it had felt, buried deep inside of her as he flicked her nipples with his tongue. Colin dipped his head down to brush her ear with his lips. He inhaled deeply, making her shiver. "I can smell how much you want me, Piper. So, we can do one of two things. You can sit that fine ass of yours back down and finish your cake quietly, or I can swing you over my shoulder and find the nearest flat surface, where I'll make you come so hard you'll never be able to forget me." She swallowed as her face, her neck, hell, all of her flushed. She was so hot it made her skin ache. Piper wanted to push away from him and tell him to shove his lust up his ass. But she also wanted him. Bad. More than she had ever wanted anything in her life. "Make a choice, darling. What will it be?" She forced air into her lungs and closed her eyes. With him looking down at her with such intensity, it was impossible to focus. His solid and wide hands gripped her hips. "Let's go," she heard herself say. Piper couldn't quite believe what she had done. Now that she wasn't close to Colin, it was much easier to see the error of her ways. She had invited Colin Relic back to her place like he hadn't pumped and dumped months ago. What was she, a sucker for punishment? It made no sense. The way she felt about him made no fucking sense. She lost her damn mind when he was near. He wasn't near right now, and she could count all the ways this would backfire on her. Piper parked her Jeep in her tiny parking spot and ran to her front door, hoping that Colin would back out. He could chicken out. Right. Like a man that size was scared of anything. "How?" she groaned when she saw him leaning against her door, looking as casual as he possibly could, with a raging erection in his jeans. It was clear as day. He was that big. She wanted to make a joke about how he had managed to stay hard for the 10 minutes it had taken her to drive back to her place, but the words died when he pushed off the door and stalked toward her. "It took you so long to get here," he grumbled. In only a few steps, he had closed the distance between them and cupped her face in his hands. He lowered his head to hers and captured her mouth in a searing kiss. It wasn't sweet or slow, but powerful and commanding. He wasn't taking sips of her mouth. He was drowning her with his lips, with his tongue. Piper didn't even mind. Actually, it was exactly what she wanted. She crushed herself into his chest and closed her arms around his neck. Being so much taller than her, he lifted her off the ground, palming her ass to keep her up. Piper hooked her ankles around his waist. He pinned her to the front door, his lips setting a pace that had her pussy clenched and moist. He could have fucked her right then and there, and she would be ready for him. But the neighbors would hardly appreciate the sex show. "Inside," she gasped against his mouth. "Yeah, darling, that's the idea." "Inside the apartment, you big oaf." He chuckled, licking a line along her neck. "I know. God, you taste good everywhere. Unlock the door before I kick it in." "You'll have to put me down." "Not a chance. Unlock the door." Piper rolled her eyes, but inside she was giddy. This man, this hot man, wanted her so much he couldn't even bear putting her down for 2 seconds while she unlocked her door. That was unbelievable, but so wonderful. It took some doing, but Piper finally got the door open. Colin began a kicking attack, first the door, then his boots, then the small chair that she had by the door. It was in his way, but then he paused. He placed her on the chair and tore off his jacket and shirt. Piper was immobile. His skin was smooth and pulled tightly across a whole lot of muscle. He was so defined, she didn't know where to look. It was all so much. Colin reached for her coat, and before Piper even realized what was happening, she was down to her panties. Where her clothes had gone, she had no idea. All that existed was Colin's tongue on her neck, her naked breasts, her shaking thighs, and on her damp undies. "You're already drenched," Colin groaned, his fingers running up and down her seam through the material. "Well, you're mauling me with that mouth of yours. How can I not be wet?" "I'll show you mauling." Did he ever? He pushed her legs farther apart, her back pressed against the chair. He closed his mouth over her clit through her underwear. His tongue moved, wet and warm against her garment. Piper fisted his hair, keeping him right where he was. She might have said his name, or she might have screamed it. Colin gripped her thighs hard, keeping her wide for him. He lapped at her through the barrier. It should have been frustrating, but the coarseness of it was almost delicious in its pain. Piper gasped his name as her legs began to tremble. He was going to bring her to orgasm in no time at all. It was almost embarrassing how little time it took for the pure pleasure to make her entire body sing. Colin tore the material, leaving her bare on the chair. He dove for her pussy, tongue first. He trailed her entrance, lapping at her juices before taking long swipes of her. The evil man was drawing out the pleasure. He had to know she was right there. But instead of focusing on her clit to carry her over the edge, he teased her. "I want to come," she pleaded, grinding her face in his mouth. "Soon," he said, one large finger pressing inside of her clenching pussy. "Now," she snapped. "I need to come." He chuckled. "Darling, you want me so much." He sounded so sure of himself. Piper wanted to hate him for being so cocky. Her snarky response died on her lips when he finally closed his mouth around her bare clit. He suckled as his tongue drew a pattern on the bundle of nerves. He added another finger, pumping hard and fast inside of her as he devoured her pussy. Piper gripped his hair, too lost in the blissful explosion splitting her apart. She held on to him as her orgasm took her over. She screamed his name. Her body was filled with pure and perfect happiness. The orgasm rolled on as he continued to take swipes of her. He didn't stop until her legs shook, and a second orgasm threatened to drive her insane with pleasure. "Colin!" she gasped, panting hard. "Bedroom!" He stripped out of his jeans. The man wasn't even wearing underwear. His long, thick cock was erect, pointing at her with moisture glistening from the tip. Piper slid off the chair and onto her knees. Without warning, she closed her lips around his cock, savoring the taste of his pleasure on her tongue. She hollowed out her cheeks and took him deep, up and down, rolling his balls in her hand. "Stop, darling. I want to be inside you." He picked her up and threw her over his shoulder. Before long, she was pressed down on her bed with Colin over her, his naked body between her legs. With an outstretched hand, she reached into her nightstand and took out a condom. Without word or argument, Colin rolled the condom on. Piper wanted him to spear into her and ride her into oblivion, but he didn't. Instead, Colin took one of her breasts into his mouth, drawing the nipple in as his tongue played with the hard nub. He licked a line across her chest before giving the other breast the same attention. Piper arched her hips off the bed, silently pleading with him for more. For him. For his big cock to slide home and deliver all of the pleasure she knew he could give. "Colin, fuck me already." "You're so mouthy, so bossy." He took his cock in hand and eased it up and down her seam in a teasing motion. "Come on," she panted. Finally, he slid in, inch by thick inch. He stilled above her, His breathing labored. His warm brown eyes melted into hers as he bottomed out, pushing so deeply inside her, it left her breathless.
God, darling, you're so wet, so tight.
He moved his hips, easing back before slamming into her. Piper followed his rhythm, even if it was too slow for her. Once again, Colin was drawing it out, taking his time, relishing the seconds and minutes it took to build another orgasm inside her. He knew how to give pleasure, and he always groaned in response when she clenched his cock hard to keep him buried inside her. It was sort of insane how well they fit together, despite the fact he was so tall, so big. Her body welcomed him like it had been born for it. Colin took her breast in his mouth again, just as his hips began to move with more erratic motions. He was going to lose it. She could feel it. She wanted to feel it. Colin roaring out his release had given her the best kind of dream since their night together. His mouth left her breast just as his fingers found the nub at the top of her cleft. He continued pounding into her as his fingers toyed with her. It took 2 seconds flat of his movements, and she was arching off the bed, crying out his name, coming hard on his dick. He chuckled, overjoyed with the sound she was making. Piper gripped his back, letting her fingers dig in before scratching down. She let the waves of pleasure roll into her again and again. Colin flipped them with such speed, she barely had time to register he was on his back, and she was straddling him. His cock went that much deeper in their new position.
Come on, darling, do me good.
She wouldn't be told twice. She lifted herself before slamming down onto his stiff shaft. She repeated the same movement, over and over until her legs began to shake. She was about to come again, even if her heart was pleading with her to calm down. It was going to explode from the overload of pleasure. Then it happened. Her orgasm slammed into her. She scratched down Colin's chest, and he sat up, pistoning inside of her. He held her to his chest, and with one final thrust, he shouted her name and crushed her to his side. He moved his hips slowly as he softened inside her. Gently, he laid her back on the bed and disappeared into the bathroom to take care of the condom.
Don't you dare move,
he warned, closing the door behind him.
We should be good for another round soon enough.
Now that he was in the other room and out of her line of sight, reality set in. She had done it again. She had fucked Colin Relic. Again. And he was already talking about fucking her again. Piper shook her head, trying to remove the last vestiges of her multiple orgasms. She needed to think clearly about this. This was the man who had pulled the disappearing act on her. She needed some kind of protection from his disappearing ways. A stroke of genius overtook her. She knew what to do. Piper grabbed Colin's pants and took out his brown leather wallet, with her heart thumping loudly in her ears. The thing was worn and old, the material scratched and scuffed with a tear in the inner lining. Her fingers shook as she fumbled to find his driver's license, or any other pieces of information she could on the mysterious man she'd just fucked, for the second time. It's fine. It's totally okay. I'm just making sure he's not a serial killer or anything. Yep, that was it all right. Her snooping had nothing to do with the fact that she didn't want to spend another 3 months avoiding Dusty's. It had absolutely not one goddamn thing to do with the fact that she'd somehow missed him in that time. He, a near-perfect stranger. What if her IUD had failed, and she had somehow gotten pregnant or, heaven forbid, gotten something like crabs? She would want to track Colin down to kick his sorry ass. Unless she got pregnant. Then she'd make him take his responsibility seriously. With a flash of panic, she leaped across the bed to check on the condom wrapper. It was there. They'd been safe. She couldn't actually be pregnant. Launching herself once again over the bed, she continued her search in his wallet. Nothing. There was a loyalty card for a diner she didn't recognize, with a town with a made-up-sounding name. There was a large stack of 20s that stank to high heaven of criminal activity, but no identification of any kind. That was weird.
Piper?
She gasped, stuffed the wallet back in the pants, and, for the third time in 10 seconds, threw herself on the bed. Panting and confused, what was she doing with her life? This wasn't a good look for her. Sex with Colin, snooping, more sex with Colin. She was so far away from herself, it was a little scary. He really did scramble her brain.
"You okay, darlin'?"
Colin asked her, striding out of the bathroom, naked and advancing toward her like a large, powerful, beautiful predator. "Yup," she squeaked. He grinned at her, and for some reason, her insides flip-flopped. How? How was it possible that she wanted to push the blanket off and jump Colin again? What had he done to her? Not only did she not know anything about him, but he was also keeping secrets if he didn't have an ID with him. He laid on the bed and took her into his arms. He arranged their bodies, his front glued to her back. His big, strong arms were warm and a perfect weight on her. It was soothing and comforting, and she could have dozed off if she wasn't so disturbed by his lack of identification. "Do you think you should go?" she said, using all of her emotional strength. Colin stiffened behind her.
"Yeah,"
he answered with a sigh.
"I should. I have a lot of things to do. I'm behind schedule."
"Okay." He didn't move. He kept her in his arms and sniffed at the back of her neck.
"Did I ever tell you that you smell like honey? It's the strangest thing."
"That is strange. I'm a human, not a beehive." They didn't speak for a while, but when Piper felt his cock hardening against her back, she knew he had to go. She had fucked him already. She couldn't exactly take that back, but she could send the stranger named Colin packing. "You need to go."
"I know."
He kissed her shoulder and ran his hand through her hair. It was a strange thing to do. A sweet way to say goodbye. At least she had that this time around instead of months of quiet. "Let's never do this again," she told him without looking at him.
"You got it, darlin'."
Naked as the day he was born, he left the bedroom, leaning down to grab his clothes. She heard him dress, and then the door slammed. And that was the last time she ever saw him. She spoke to the pillow that still smelled like him. She wasn't sad. Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Chapter 4. Colin. Colin sat in his rented truck, staring at Piper's door. He gripped the steering wheel with such strength he could have crushed the damn thing. He wanted to go back into the apartment for another round. And do it, but have a snack first. We're starving, and we need more sex fuel. The beast chuckled, the sound of it echoing through his mind. His bear really was no help at all when it came to Piper. The animal was just as bad as Dusty. Colin didn't know if he should wring the woman's neck or give her a $1,000 tip. If it hadn't been for the shared slice of cake, would he have had another shot with Piper? Probably not. He owed the orgasmic glow making him dizzy to the mind-blowing sex he just had with his mate. It was damn inconvenient. He was in town to talk to his dad and pick up some supplies. He was letting a woman run him in circles instead of taking care of business like he was supposed to. This was precisely why he couldn't have a mate. It was too distracting. Tucker had once believed the same thing, but he had changed his tune with Natalie by his side. Colin didn't have the same luxury. He'd fuck it up. He'd lose Piper somehow. At least this way he was losing her on his terms. In fact, he wasn't even losing her at all. He was choosing to stay away. Yeah, great plan, asshole. Let's see how long that lasts, shall we? Any chance you got a snack? We're hungry. As if on cue, his stomach rumbled loudly. He really was one eating machine. As a general rule, shifters needed many calories to keep their shifter bodies healthy, but Colin was a whole other level. He was always hungry. Reaching into the back seat, he tore into an energy bar. He had exerted himself quite a bit, making Piper come 3 times. Only 3 times. Next time he would have to up his game. Ha ha! His bear laughed happily. You just said there would be a next time. There wouldn't be. There couldn't be. He would make sure of it. He would have to talk to Tucker and Sawyer about his tasks for the town. He couldn't come down to Anchorage anymore if it meant he would always fall in bed with Piper. Tucker will see through that. He wouldn't. We'll get Dusty to mail you some chocolate cake. Blowing out a hard breath, Colin pulled away from Piper's place and drove toward the city center. He had a mission. He had to stay on task. The department store was busy. So many people were milling about, it made him nervous. There were too many noises, too many foreign scents. He missed the quiet of Winterland and longed to smell sweet honey. Wait, no, that was wrong. Winterland didn't smell like honey at all. That wasn't what he missed. He longed for the crisp scent of snow. There. No honey. No mate. No Piper. He lumbered over to the kids' clothing section with a new resolve to get the fuck out as soon as possible. But, of course, it couldn't be that simple. There were so many things. How did parents pick clothes for their kids? And what did Peter want? Colin rubbed a hand across his neck, feeling overwhelmed. This was a fool's errand. The sweet scent of honey filled his senses, making him dizzy. Colin didn't even have to look around to know Piper was in the store. He turned toward the entrance, and there she was. Her dark wash jeans clung to her shapely legs, while her puffy blue coat hid the rest of her curves. Colin had never hated a coat before, but he did just then. It hid too much of her. How he could still be all turned around for a woman he'd just had sex with was a mystery. It's not a mystery. She's our mate. It'd be weird if you weren't in tune with her. It would be really strange if you were in the same small town and didn't run into each other. Now find her and talk to her, or better yet, fuck her in the changing room, just one more time. The bear dissolved into laughter, thinking that another time was a given. It wasn't. Piper rounded the corner, and her boots skidded with a squeak against the floor. Her mouth dropped open, and she blinked at him. Then, when that wasn't enough, she rubbed her eyes and blinked some more. If she didn't look so pissed off, it might have been comical to see her so turned around by his presence. He felt caught, not sure what to do. He decided to not move at all and see what Piper would do. She crossed her arms and stalked toward him, a pint-sized, curvy little blizzard coming his way. Her tight jeans made his mouth water, and though he still hated her puffy jacket, he could easily recall what she hid under the coat. Soft, creamy breasts with the most delicious honey-scented skin he'd ever sucked on. Colin shook his head, trying to kill the lust heating his blood. How Tucker got anything done when his mate was near was a damn mystery. There was no way Colin would be able to focus with Piper around. Not when the only thing he could think about was laying her down right there and then and marking her soul with his. Yes, that's right, mark her. Mate her. Make her ours forever. Colin grumbled low, warning his bear that there would be no more snacks if the beast didn't settle down and act normal around Piper. Though normal was relative where she was concerned. She was an extraordinary woman. She didn't recoil from his size, even though she barely reached his chin. She marched right up to him and jabbed a finger into his chest. Oh, but you have got to be fucking kidding me. Please tell me that you're not actually standing here in the kids' section buying clothes for a child you have with your wife. There is a shotgun in my Jeep, and I'm not above using it on your cheating ass. Colin swallowed his smile. It was weird. He wasn't a big smiling type of man, but it sure was easier to let his face muscles contract into the dopey look when Piper was around. It's because she's our mate, dumbass. Of course she makes us smile. She's made for us. Now snack on something sweet. Candy or Piper, really, it's up to her. Maybe we could eat candy off Piper. Now there's a good plan. Colin blew out a breath and shook his head. Piper narrowed her eyes farther at him, and he could feel her annoyance colliding with his deep need for her. What would it be like to lean in and kiss her? Just a quick little taste of her mouth, so he could remember her forever. She'd probably deck him. No, she definitely would. Colin knew he had to keep his limbs to himself. Don't get up in a tizzy, darling. I'm not here for my son, but my little brother. Half-brother, actually. He eyed the rack of clothes, half expecting the sweaters and pants to attack him. He had no clue what the hell he was doing. Madeline had offered to shop for Peter's clothes, but he declined her kind offer in true Colin fashion. That makes you a whole other kind of dumbass. Where's that granola bar you stashed earlier? We are peckish. It's all that sex. Fucking hell, he grumbled. Piper's green eyes flashed. Excuse me? No, he groaned. I wasn't talking to you. Her thin red brows arched up, silently assessing him. He could practically feel how disappointed she was that they'd slept together, again. Are you following me? She asked, crossing her arms. No, I was in here first. You just walked in. If anyone is being followed, it's me. You tracked me here, darling? You want another round? Do not flatter yourself, Colin Relic. You're not that good. Her lie scented the air, making him smile. She didn't take too kindly to his grin. It angered her further. I'm going to go that way. She pointed to the other end of the store. Please, let's never run into each other again. Stay in this section, understood? He shrugged. I'm stuck right here until I figure out what I have to get. To his surprise, Piper didn't walk away. She uncrossed her arms and took a deep breath. I need to get some stuff from my kid brother, he repeated, staring at the clothes. But I have no idea what he needs or what I need to get. Well, what size is he? Colin's face fell, and Piper rolled her eyes. You're useless. Good luck with your shopping. As she walked away, her phone rang. With an eye roll and a loud sigh, she picked up the call. Flamia, she barked into it. He didn't mean to, but Colin could hear everything said on the other end of the line. It wasn't good. It was pretty bad, actually. Colin had to get the hell out of Anchorage and back to Winterland as soon as he could. But he had to plan properly, especially with Piper involved. He couldn't let her learn that he was involved in the search for the missing people. Piper couldn't find out about shifters and Winterland or anything else that had to do with his world. You're only saying that because you think it's the only way to keep away from her. For once, his bear was right.
Chapter 5. Piper. There was something seriously wrong with Anchorage. It was too damn small if she kept running into him again. On the same day. Twice. Either the town was too small for the both of them, or someone was out to get her up in heaven. Actually, it was probably someone down in hell who was messing with her. That was the only rational explanation as to why Colin fucking Relic, the man who only an hour ago had made her come 3 times, was standing in the department store. Should she even be surprised anymore? It was the second time on the same day that they were running into each other. If they kept up with tradition, after a short but sexually charged argument, they would find a way to fuck. Again. Nope, nope, nope. She couldn't let that happen. Not after finding nothing in his wallet that explained who this man was. She could have asked him, but she didn't trust that he would give her a straight answer. But shit, was he hot. Too hot. He wasn't just tall. He was massive. Well over 6 feet. Probably halfway to 7 feet. His shoulders were broad and tempered down his waist, but only just barely. He was large everywhere, and she knew the defined lines of his abs and chest like the back of her hand. He was like a well-honed power machine of muscle and height. That square jaw of his was too appealing, and that said nothing of his eyes. They always seemed to be melting, liquid chocolate depths that were made to shake her sanity. She blew out a breath and tried to ignore the way her body was already responding to his presence. For fuck's sake, he isn't even touching me. How can I be getting wet by just the sight of him? Piper made a note to book a doctor's appointment. There had to be something medically wrong with her if this was how her body would be from now on. Always good and ready to go whenever he was near. Colin looked lost and panicked in the clothing section, but she wouldn't offer up help. No. She was going to walk away. The very opposite happened. Her feet led her right to him. Then her mouth said something to him. And worst of all, her hand reached out, and she touched him. Piper tried to be as mean and cruel as she could muster as they spoke. "You're useless," she told him, feeling overly harsh. "Good luck with your shopping." She tried to take the sting out of her insult. She was seconds away from offering her help, not that she knew shit when it came to kids' clothing. Thankfully, as she opened her mouth to give advice, her phone rang. She snapped her jaw closed. It was her work phone, and usually, when calls came through on her days off, she felt a surge of impatience. Not today. Not when she was seconds away from dragging Colin into the changing room. "Flamia," she barked into the phone.
"Piper,"
one of her coworkers, Josiah, said.
"You are needed here. We have a situation. Let me put you through to Mason."
After a few moments of static, Mason, the head park ranger, got on the line.
"You need to get your ass here, Missy."
She hated it when he used that dumb nickname. Piper knew she was way more competent than her boss, but she wasn't about to say that. It wouldn't go over well with the old man who still believed women were a danger in the Rangers. "I'm on my way."
"No. Go to your place first and pack for a rescue. Pack your warmest clothes and layer up. It's going to be a few days."
Piper held her breath. This was one of the moments she longed for. These were the calls she wanted. This was why she had become a ranger, and why she wanted to do it in Alaska. People went missing up here because they overshot their abilities to camp, hike, or survive. But she was a badass in the wilderness, and if she could use her talents to help people, then so be it. That's exactly what she would do. "What's going on?" she asked, feeling that surge of adrenaline. She almost forgot Colin was standing a couple of feet away from her. Almost.
"We think they might have gone off into the Noatok National Preserve to poach. We need people on the ground to retrieve them. The feds want to go up there, but we all know they would be useless that close to the Arctic Circle. You and the others are the only ones who have the appropriate training."
Piper nodded along as her boss went on to give her orders. It was the weirdest thing. Colin was quiet and still, almost as if he were listening to the call. Piper turned her back to him, blocking him from the conversation. He couldn't actually hear. She was just being paranoid because the man walked around with buttloads of cash and had no piece of identification. He was trouble, but now she was faced with actual trouble, and she would focus on that. This was her out. This is what would lead her away from Colin and the amazing sex they had together. Better to spend some time like a frozen human popsicle trying to rescue some poachers than with Colin. Much safer. "I'll be there soon." She hung up before Mason could start enumerating all of the things she needed to pack. She knew what she needed, and she was in no mood for his condescending tone. Colin's cheeks were red, and he was staring at her through narrowed eyes. His nostrils flared. Piper thought he looked like a bear, one ready to attack. It was a strange thing to think. "What's wrong?" she asked him. He shook his head.
"Nothing. Everything is fine. Be safe out there, Piper."
He closed the distance between them, and she wanted to take a step back, but she also didn't. She was curious, longing to see why he wanted to be close to her. It was confusing to want a man you didn't want. What a fucking mind job. Colin pressed his lips to her forehead and inhaled deeply.
"You smell like honey."
His words replayed through her mind as his closeness seeped into her bones. Colin grabbed a bunch of clothes from the nearest rack, all kinds of sizes and styles of little boy clothes, and he stalked off toward the cash register, shedding items as he went along. When he got to the checkout, he grabbed a bunch of random items. Candy, sports drinks, batteries, baby wipes, peanuts. It was the weirdest assortment of items Piper had ever seen. Fascinated and horrified, she watched as he paid for the whole mess of things with a thick pile of cash. The cashier, a young woman, drooling for the tall, muscled Colin, told him he was overpaying, but he stuffed everything in plastic bags, ripping a few as he went along.
"Keep it,"
he told the young woman, who nearly fainted at the sound of his voice. Piper rolled her eyes at the silly display, but she was also sort of pissed at the cashier. Couldn't she see that he was way too old for her? Ugh, Now she was jealous because another woman was affected by him. She needed to get herself as far from Colin as possible. She rushed out of the department store, feeling more settled and focused once he was out of her line of sight. I'll be far away from him soon enough. Then I'll forget everything about Colin Relic. It'll be like he never existed.
Chapter 6. Colin. Colin shoved all of his purchases on the passenger seat, mumbling under his breath. Why had he bought baby wipes? What the hell had he done? He should have focused instead of letting Piper get into his head. Now he would have to make another trip down to Anchorage once he went back to Winterland to warn them that more humans had disappeared. He should go back into the store and grab what he needed. People depended on him. Besides, he could hardly rush to the airport to make it to Point Hope in good time. He knew that's where Piper and the other Rangers were headed. He had to bide his time and let her flight leave first. If they ran into each other in Anchorage, that was one thing, but if they saw each other in Point Hope today, it would be a disaster. Colin had heard all of Piper's conversation with her asshole of a boss. He knew when she was due at the airport and when the flight would be leaving. He had a couple of hours to actually get what he needed. He just had to cool his jets, clear his head, and get his tasks done. As if Piper Flamia didn't exist. Sitting in the truck, he waited for Piper to leave the department store before heading back in. Colin watched his mate leave the store with a couple of bags. Curiosity made him wonder what she had bought, but it was a silly thought to have. If he had his way, this was the last time he would ever set eyes on her. He couldn't let himself get all turned around because he knew his mate existed. He really did have to focus on Winterland and its people, and, for the moment, he also had to think of the humans who were disappearing around Winterland. It wasn't good. If the park rangers were going to the mines and the Noatak National Preserve, they would be entirely too close to Winterland. It was a tiny shifter community in the middle of nowhere, Alaska. They didn't have roads, but used snowmobiles to get around. They didn't even have phones, only radios and walkie-talkies. If they were discovered, it would expose the existence of shifters to the world. That just couldn't happen. He had to get to Winterland and make sure he and the other mayors found the missing people and those responsible before the Rangers. But first, he had to avoid Piper and her team. Colin would have loved to let Tucker and Sawyer know what was coming, but there was no way to get in touch with them. It was the problem with having a secluded town so far away from the civilized world. They could stay off the radar, but it also meant they had to live without certain conveniences. He grabbed a cell phone that only worked in Anchorage, not in Winterland, and called Burl, waiting to take him back to Point Hope at the Anchorage airport. "What?" Burl barked into the phone. "Can we be ready to go in about 2 hours?" "We might be grounded here tonight. Looks like a storm is heading toward Point Hope. Flying might not be possible." Colin swore. "Well, there's a situation. We need to get back." "If we leave in 2 hours, we might be able to miss the worst of it in the air, but that means you'll be riding through a bad storm from Point Hope to Winterland." "I don't care," he assured the pilot. He was a bear, for fuck's sake. He wasn't scared of a little storm, even if he did prefer hunkering down in his bed when a storm was blazing. It was the only time he actually got to hibernate, as the brown bears did. The storm and its hardship weren't what Colin worried about anyway. 2 hours meant his departure would be essentially the same as Piper and her team. He'd have to be sneaky and sly to avoid seeing her. For a wild second, he considered messing with her plane so they couldn't take off. He didn't like the idea of his mate out there in the wildlands chasing after poachers during a storm. She should be staying in Anchorage, where it was warm and safe. Well, the only way to protect her from that would be to take her to Winterland. Colin ignored his bear. The idea didn't even make sense. Why would bringing Piper to his home save her from anything? "It'll save her from your dumbass plan to stay away from her. Don't you think she feels the ache, too? She might be human, but she's a smart lady. She knows our connection is like nothing else in the world." "Hey, Burl, do me a favor, see if you can radio Point Hope and get a message to Tucker or Sawyer back in Winterland. There have been more disappearances, and some rangers are on their way to the preserve." "You've got to be kidding me," Burl grumbled. Greedy fucking humans thinking that we need their help to protect what is ours. Yep, that's right, Colin said without paying much attention to Burl. The old man was as grumpy as a starving bear. When he went off on a tangent, it was best to stay quiet. Burl kept on bitching about humans as Colin went back into the store to grab what he actually needed this time. Burl talked his ear off. Most of the opinions would be repeated as they flew to Point Hope later. "I'll see you in a bit, Burl." Colin hung up before the old man could continue his chatting away. Colin knew he had one more thing to do while he was in town. He wanted to believe that he didn't actually have time to do it, but nothing was for it. He did have time, and it would be better for everyone if he went and saw his father. He grabbed a pack of donuts from a drive-through restaurant and shoved a few in his mouth as he drove through Anchorage. Speaking with his dad on an empty stomach was never a good idea. He needed all of the patience in the world. Colin parked his rental truck in his father's lane. Why his father had decided to retire in Anchorage, Colin didn't know. It was a weird move. The only thing that made sense was that his father was running away from the memories of his mate, echoes of a lost past that were too roped into the fabric of Winterland. His mom insisted on having a community center where the people of Winterland could gather often. The activities like the soup-off Tucker's mate started helped cut through the loneliness for many citizens. His mom had made her mark on Winterland before dying. But for his father, it made missing his mate that much harder. He couldn't get away from her memory in the house and town they had run together. Colin knocked on the door, and his father opened it. "Figured it was you," his father grumbled, leaving the door open for Colin to come in. "Yeah, you turned psychic?" "No, but I could smell the snack food from a mile away." Colin ignored the jab. "We need to talk, old man. You need to tell me why you let a woman get away with your kid." His father sat down in his favorite chair and grabbed a caramel from a large bowl. And he gave Colin shit about snack foods? It was just the same, if not 1,000 times worse. "Well, I'm too old to raise a kid. She said she'd be a good mom. Who was I to doubt her?" Colin shook his head. "Turns out she was a real shit person. The kid is barely socialized." Colin went on to tell his dad about Peter. How the little boy had been teased by his uncles for being a relic, how he had been taunted and mistreated, how he had run away, been taken by sick shifters. But when he told his father about Peter's reluctance to speak, the old man stilled. They were quiet for a long time while his dad came to terms with the fact that he had let his kid be raised by bad people. No child chose to stop speaking because life was a big bowl of sunshine. Peter didn't talk because he was scared. He'd trained himself to shut up to stay safe amongst his uncles. He has slowly started to open up with us. "I'm sorry for that." Dad's voice broke over the words. "I think you should come back to Winterland. Meet your son. Step up." "No, I don't think so. It's not a good idea for me to go back there." Colin crossed his arms as he began to pace the living room. "You're going to abandon your son?" "No. You're going to take care of him." Colin had already decided that he would do just that, but that didn't make his father's words any easier to cope with. He actually preferred not to meet one of his kids and let the other take care of the situation for him. "You are a better man than me, son. Always were. You will be a better mayor than me, and we both know that you will make a better father to Peter, too." "You are a coward for not at least meeting him." Dad nodded. "I know." "You are not being fair. This is your own child. Neither one of us deserves this, you know." "Yep, you're right. But come on, Colin. We both know that after your mom died, I stopped being me. I'm not the same person. You know how it is living without a mate." Colin's heart stopped. How did his dad know about Piper? "You've heard of the pain that takes over when you gotta go on living without half your heart still around?" Oh, that's what Dad meant. He wasn't talking about Piper, but rather the incessant pain that shifters had to deal with once they were separated from their mates. Colin was all too familiar with the pain. He had been feeling it since he walked away from Piper months ago. He had become even more familiar with it. He was choosing that pain now instead of later. At least it was on his terms. I still think you should come up to Winterland to at least meet the kid. Show him that you care. He's small. He doesn't understand why he's not wanted. His dad hissed out a breath. I got shit to do today, Colin. Show yourself out, and I'll thank you not to come back with this stuff about Peter. He's yours now. Do a better job than me. I know you can do it. His dad stood from his chair and went up the stairs. Colin knew he'd been dismissed. You are an asshole, he shouted up the stairs. No response came. Colin slammed the door behind him as he left, nearly making the roof fall on top of the house. In reality, he hadn't expected much else from his father, but that didn't mean he wasn't disappointed. Growing up, Colin had looked up to his father. He had been a good man, a good husband and father, a respected co-mayor of Winterland. There were no traces of that man anymore. Colin drove toward the airport, and as he did, his thoughts turned to Piper. If he did force himself to stay away from her, would he turn into his father? Would he let Peter down? Would it put the town in danger to deprive himself of the woman that was made for him? That couldn't be true. Piper in Winterland would only distract him from his duties. He couldn't let himself slip up and fail Peter like all of the others had. He had to give his little brother the life the kid deserved. The pain would be well worth it. He had to believe that. He'd be a better man, a better bear than his father, even if it killed him.
Chapter 7. Piper. With bags full of non-perishable items and toiletries, Piper left the department store on shaking legs. Now that Colin wasn't around her, it was much easier to breathe, but it also made her mind whirl. How was it possible that she had managed to keep away from him for 3 whole months, and then in the same day, they had run into each other twice, and had sex? She drove back to her house, her thoughts firmly glued to the tall hottie with the melty brown eyes. I will forget all about Colin Relic and go on my mission where I will kick ass, take names, and be an all-around badass. There. She repeated the words over and over as she unpacked her purchases. There was a lot of stuff she needed to do before heading out for her mission, and one was letting Grace know what was going on. Her best friend might be afraid of pretty much everything under the sun, but if Grace felt Piper needed her, she would have slain dragons. Grace was like that, loyal to a fault. Piper dialed her number, and immediately Grace picked up. Hawkins Library, Grace speaking. How may I make your day better? You need to stop answering the phone like that, Piper teased. I'm the one that has to deal with the shitty responses. If I'm chipper, it's a lot harder for people to be assholes to me. If you say so, Piper shot back, doubting the theory. I do. Now why are you calling me at work? This isn't usual. Is something wrong? Or is something right? Have you finally come to your senses? Are you coming back home? Piper laughed. She couldn't have a single conversation with Grace without hearing this refrain. For a second, Piper contemplated telling Grace all about Colin. She needed someone to tell her she wasn't losing her mind over this man. It wasn't like Dusty had been any sort of help with her dirty chocolate cake trick. Oh yeah, Piper was fully blaming the diner owner for the tryst she'd had with Colin. For fuck's sake, her bed still smelled like him. It was a good thing she was headed into the deep, cold wilds of Alaska. By the time she came back, her bed would be clean and completely free of any evidence that Colin had been there, that he'd held her there, that he'd fucked her there. Piper? Did the call drop? Are you coming back home? Hello? She shook her head and focused on her best friend. Actually, no, it's the opposite. I just want to tell you that you won't be able to get in touch with me for a little bit. What? Grace gasped. How come? I'm going up near the Arctic Circle on a rescue mission. It wasn't exactly the truth, but any more information and Grace would probably pass out or something as equally dramatic. How long will you be gone? I don't know. But, Grace whispered in pure horror, it's winter. You shouldn't be going anywhere more north than you already are. In winter? Did I mention it was winter? Piper groaned. Gracie, please. This is my job. It's what I have to do. I will call you as soon as I can, okay? 3 days at the very least. I'll worry. I know, but try to remember that I am a professional. I am trained for this, right? Yeah, you're a badass. Don't make me come out there and rescue you, because unlike you, I am not a badass. Hey now, that isn't true. You are in your own way. Oh yes, I have the power of fast-moving eyeballs. That would totally be useful against a bear or whatever the fuck else can happen in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, Alaska. Piper burst out into a giggle fit that wouldn't stop as the image of Grace in a wintry Alaska filled her mind. She wiped tears from her eyes, from laughing so hard. I'm taking real offense to your reaction, Missy, Grace grumbled. Well, you have to admit, it's pretty hilarious to imagine you anywhere that doesn't have electricity, baths, and books. Go, turn into a human popsicle. Just remember, I love your outdoorsy face a lot. I love your bookish face, too. I'll call you when I get back. Now that she was positive Grace wouldn't be a ball of nerves over her, Piper was ready to meet the rest of her crew at the airport. She was wearing thermal underwear, thick cargo pants, a few layers of sweaters, and her heavy snow gear was all set. She'd wait until Point Hope to slip it on. She took a last moment to look around her apartment. It would be a hard couple of days in the wilderness. She was very much aware that she'd miss the heat, the privacy of a bathroom, and more than anything, she'd long for hot showers. But this was the life she had signed up for, and she wasn't going to shirk her duties because of a little Arctic weather. You have got this, Piper, she told herself in the reflection of the hallway mirror by the door. She kicked the chair, sitting under it, when flashes of Colin driving her wild on the very seat blasted her mind. Nope, she wasn't going to think of Colin at all. Never again. But as soon as she came back home, she would burn that chair. Once she arrived at the Anchorage airport and caught up with the other 5 Rangers heading out, her confidence was well in place. It had to be. It was no easy feat being the only woman on the crew. The guys didn't give her too much shit, but only because she hadn't let them. The very first second she walked into the park's office, she laid down the law. The Piper Law, as she liked to call it, was a deal she made with herself. She always outperformed, outran, outdid the guys on the crew to earn her place. She might be short, curvy, and a woman, but she was as capable and competent as anyone else. Even Lewis, who was 6'3" and weighed 200 and some pounds, had to admit Piper could hold her own. The flight to Point Hope is going to be shit, Lewis grumbled. Stuart checked the radar, and there's a storm coming. It's going to suck being out there. Aw, don't be scared, Piper patted his arm. I'll protect you. Lewis snorted. Oh, sure. Stuart will fly the plane, and you'll hold my hand. You'll probably have to share my attention with Josiah. He isn't too good with heights. Piper spoke loud enough for Josiah to hear. Come on now. Don't talk to me like I'm not there. I won't puke. Josiah looked so sure of himself. Lewis nudged Stuart with his elbow. Did you hear that, Stu? Josiah won't be sick like a little baby. I don't know. The wind is really bad. We might have to pack more barf bags. Fuck you guys, Josiah mumbled before stalking off. The rest of the crew chuckled. Piper knew Josiah was off to pull some kind of prank in revenge for the needling they'd just given him. It was how they rolled in the crew. It was never malicious or mean, but all in good fun. Piper knew that no matter what, the guys would have her back out there. They trusted her to pull her weight, and she trusted them to help her out. She'd be fine. They all would be. Their flight from Anchorage to Point Hope wasn't necessarily long, but it wasn't pleasant, especially not with bad weather coming in. It was a freezing flight full of turbulence that made even the strongest stomach lurch with discomfort. As soon as they landed, Piper wanted to kiss the ground. That was a bad idea. It was permanently frozen up here in Point Hope. She wouldn't be warm again until she made her way back to Anchorage. It would get a lot colder, too, once they got on their snowmobiles to drive all the way to the mines. It was the only way to get there, and it would take a decent amount of time. Josiah was a little green in the face, but he laughed it off as he took his seat on the snowmobile and snapped his helmet's visor down to hide his face. The storm Stuart had seen on the radar was in full swing. It was only a little reckless to go out in the middle of a squall, but they were trained for it. Besides, they had to get to the mines as soon as possible. They had to beat the storm there to track the missing people in the National Preserve. "Let's ride out, fellas!" Piper roared her snowmobile to life and rode out the hangar with the rest of the team behind her. Outside, they assumed a V formation, with Lewis at the helm. They drove through the thick storm. It was bad. Visibility was poor and messed with the machine's navigation systems. It was hard on a good day to get a signal out there. Now that the storm was so heavy, it blocked the satellite signals. Thankfully, Lewis had a freakishly good sense of direction. Visibility was so poor, she could only see the machine ahead of her. The first 3 men were lost to the whirlwind of snow. Despite the deep cold and ferocious wind, Piper was sweating in her gear. Adrenaline spiked high in her blood. All of her senses were heightened as she followed, her eyes scanning her surroundings every now and again. As the tail end of the formation, it was her job to watch for potential threats the head couldn't see. It was a pretty big deal for her to have this position. It demonstrated that her team did, in fact, trust her, just as much as they trusted Lewis to lead. Piper lost track of time. It slipped away from her as the snow kept falling all around her. It was going about as well as she expected. She scanned around her, sensing something was off. When she looked back ahead of her, Lewis and the others had disappeared. It happened. She had just decreased her speed. Pressing hard on the gas, she moved up ahead, fully expecting to see some headlights flashing through the snow. Nothing. Okay, it was fine. She just had to go a little faster. It wasn't the safest thing to do with such poor visibility. She ran the risk of crashing into one of the guys or going too far off course. With as much calm as she could muster, Piper rode on hard and fast. They couldn't have gone that far ahead. Something wasn't right. One of the guys would soon look over his shoulder and spot her gone, and it would all be fine. They were a team. "I'm fine. I'm a badass. I am not panicking." That was the last thought Piper had, right before her snowmobile caught air. She went airborne. The bottom fell out of her stomach, and she lost grip on her machine. She tumbled through the air, fear and panic spiking hard. She landed with a gasp of pain, only to have the snowmobile fall a few feet away from her. At least it hadn't crushed her. But of course, she had tempted fate by having that thought. The machine rolled down the small hill, and Piper tried to crawl away. The pile of steel was too fast for her, and it pinned her underneath. A scream ripped out of her as pain exploded in her mind. "This is how I die." And then, Piper Flamia, park ranger badass, passed out.
Chapter 8. Colin. If Colin's gear wasn't so warm, he would be worried about his dick falling off. It wasn't just cold, it was fucking cold. The wind didn't help any. The snow squall had arrived. Burl was right, it was a bad one. Even with his keen shifter eyes, Colin had difficulty maneuvering his snowmobile in a straight line. The wind was a freezing wall that pelted sharp snowflakes into his clothing. How something so small and so easily melted could wreak such havoc was the beauty of nature. He thought of Piper out here, and it made his stomach roll. He could only hope she had good winter gear and a good snow machine. He would never mate her, but that didn't mean he wanted her to die out here. Actually, if something were to happen to Piper Flamia, he would be really mad. "Well, you should have kept her close to you, you great big dumbass. I still don't know why you didn't mate her. She was naked, under us, coming so hard she ripped the sheets. She's so obviously the woman for us, but no. You're an idiot who let her go. Now pull over and tear into that candy bar you bought. I'm starving." For fuck's sake. His bear wasn't just an annoying glutton always chattering about food, but now Piper had been added to the chorus. It wasn't helpful, at all. He blinked hard and fast and focused all of his energy on driving in a straight line. He had to make it to Winterland to warn them that more people had been taken from the mines. Either it was an old report and the feds were getting old intel, or other people had been taken. That was bad news for Winterland. It could also mean that Doc, Winterland's resident doctor, and an ermine shifter, Katya, was in trouble. She left Winterland a little while ago to find more information on the 6 shifters kidnapping people from the mines in Point Hope. If more people were disappearing, it didn't bode well for Doc or for the town. He hammered down on the gas, wanting to make good time. There were small cabins all across the lands that surrounded Winterland, and well into the wildlands, but Colin wouldn't stop. He needed to talk with his co-mayors, Tucker Kearney and Sawyer Agner, as soon as possible. Up ahead, slightly to the right, the wall of snow sparkled. It was a strange sort of phenomenon, like a light was on inside the snow. It was odd. Something tugged at Colin's gut, telling him to check it out. It could be the 6 shifters, or it could be someone caught up in the snow squall and in mortal danger. He turned his snowmobile toward the strange glimmer. "I feel like something is about to happen," his bear warned. His bear had good instincts. Colin leaned over his machine, trying to gain speed against the strong winds. Finally, he reached the odd light, only to see a massive snowmobile overturned. It had caught an icy patch and fell over a small divot in the land. Colin kept his machine running and bound down the hill. A body, clad in forest green gear, was pinned under the snowmobile. Even through the squall of snow and frigid air, Colin recognized the scent of honey. "Piper!" he shouted out. Without even thinking, he grabbed hold of the snowmobile and flipped it onto its side. He dropped down into the snow and grabbed her face in his hands. "Piper," he repeated. "Please tell me that you're okay. Talk to me." Her face was completely covered by a balaclava. He couldn't take it off her face by fear of exposing her soft, sensitive skin to the elements. "It's Colin," he said through his own face-covering gear. "Can you stand?" "Colin," she yelled. "How are you here? Holy shit, did you follow me out here? Are you going to kill me?" He rolled his eyes. "No, you silly woman, I'm not going to kill you. I'm here to help you unless you want to die out here. Are you injured?" She nodded. "My leg hurts a lot. I don't think it's broken, but it doesn't feel great." Without further preamble, he scooped her up off the ground and into his arms. In a rush, he walked back up the small hill. With as much care as he could in a blizzard, he helped her sit on his machine. "You'll have to ride behind me. It'll cut some of the cold." "You can't leave my snowmobile out there," she argued. "It's super expensive. If I leave it out here, my boss will be pissed at me." "I don't give a shit about your boss. You could have died out here. Do you have any idea how lucky you are that I found you? You could have died." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than they really sank into his brain. His mate could have died out here, alone and scared. He would never have known what happened to her, but he would have missed her. He would have wondered if she was happy. Meanwhile, her body would have been lost to the elements. "If you had mated her like I told you, you wouldn't have this fear. She would be safe with you, but no, you're a stubborn ass, keeping everything good away from us like that candy bar and our mate." "Please," she pleaded. "I already get a lot of flack for being the only woman on the crew. Now I am also separated from them. I will never live this down." "Fine," he roared into the wind. "I'll have to pull it. I'm not letting you drive with a busted leg." "Letting me?" she argued. "Letting me? Do you think we can stop arguing for one fucking second? In case you didn't notice, we're caught in a blizzard. I'd like to get you someplace safe to check your leg." Because this wasn't the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard of. Thankfully, his machine wasn't fully loaded and could handle the weight of her sleigh trailing behind his own. It took some doing, but he got her snowmobile hooked to his. Their progress was slower now that they were towing a second machine. Using his shifter senses and good knowledge of the terrain, Colin managed to find one of the small cabins, even in a snow squall. He killed the engine, and he picked up Piper and carried her into the cabin. Without another word, he went out into the storm to cover both sleighs. It would make it that much easier to leave once the storm passed. That task done, he peeked under the tarp. Piper's machine had taken a beating. One of the runners was broken. Had she driven over a boulder? The machine was damn well near army grade. It should have been able to withstand way more abuse than a little snow squall. It was the worst sort of luck. Or fate is making up for your mistake. Grumbling to himself, he entered the cabin, shaking snow from his body. Piper had taken off her gear, and she was sitting on the bed, her injured leg sprawled in front of her. There was already some discoloration. She would have a nasty bruise that would probably make walking painful for the next little while. She needed an X-ray to see if the bone was broken or a more serious injury was hidden under the skin. "Are you okay?" he asked, taking off his gear. She hissed as she touched the massive bruise. "I'll live." "Good," he grunted. "You need to explain something to me," she said, swinging her leg off the bed. She winced when she stood. "Sit," he instructed. Piper raised a brow at him. She didn't. She crossed her arms and straightened her leg. He saw her flinch, but he wouldn't tell the injured woman to sit again. If she wanted to be a martyr about it, she was welcome to it. "You're lying. You want her to sit. Make her sit." "First, you need to explain how the hell you're out here. Second, you have to explain how you so easily flipped my snowmobile. Third, and final for now, how in the fuck did you find me? Are you following me?" He snickered. "Sure feels like I'm always finding you, doesn't it?" "No, darling, I'm not following you. As I said, you were lucky I spotted you. 5 more minutes out there and you would have died." "Right, so thanks for aiding me. As to my other questions, I live in a very small town not too far from here." She balked. "That's not possible. There's nothing out here but the mining village. That's not where you live." "Well, no, it's not, but you're wrong about my town. It does exist, we're just not on any maps." She blinked at him. "Okay, we'll deal with that in a second." She repeated his words back to him, more and more annoyed with him. The longer they were in the tiny cabin, the more her honey scent filled his nostrils, and the harder it was for him to focus. "I need to get back out there and find my way to the mines." "Not a fucking chance," he said. "I'm sorry," she shot right back. "I'm a ranger. I decide my own comings and goings." "Not right now, you don't." "Well, not right this second," she answered with an eye roll. "But as soon as the storm dies down, I'll be off. Thanks for the help." "Your machine is busted." Her pale cheeks blanched. "Oh. Damn. I need my radio." "No signals are getting through because of the storm. It's okay, though. I won't leave you stranded. I'll take you to my town. Once we're there, I'll be able to fix you up, then I'll escort you back to Point Hope." "No, I need to find my team." Arguing with Piper was exhausting. He took out the candy bar from his jacket and tore into it to keep from tearing into her. At least it kept his bear quiet for a few seconds before he did something dumb like kiss her mouth shut. "You need to let me save you," Colin growled. Piper's pretty green eyes darkened a few shades as she narrowed them. "Excuse me," she growled right back. "I do not need saving. You can help me, but this isn't going to be some passive thing. You are not going to put me on the back of your horse and take me to your castle to make all my problems go away." Colin clenched his jaw. What she said made sense. A lot of it, actually. But she was so cute when she was all pissed at him. Her creamy cheeks turned pink, and her lips parted. It was sexy seeing her all riled up. "Yeah, well, darling, from where I'm standing, that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to get on the back of my snowmobile, and I'll take you to my home, where there are spare parts to repair your machine. Isn't that fixing your problem?" He leaned over her, bringing his face inches away from hers. "Oh, and I'll take you to a doctor to get your leg all patched up. There, all your problems will be fixed." Piper huffed at him, her arms crossed over her chest. "You're nothing but a big, lumbering brute. How dare you hang this over me? Why didn't you just leave me out there to die if you were just going to taunt me about it?" He grinned, inhaling deep. Her scent, that sweet honey aroma, turned even sweeter when she was mad. "I wouldn't let you die, Piper. That would be a waste." Her breath caught. He heard it. You are a jerk. Yep, he whispered. He leaned even closer into her space. He half expected her to back away from him, but she didn't. She was immobile. He ran his lips against the shell of her ear. A jerk who knows what you taste like. One who knows the sounds you make when you come. One who knows that you like it fast and dirty. He nipped the sensitive flesh. He eased back to look down at her, thinking she'd be glaring at him. She socked him in the shoulder. It felt like a little love tap. Shit. Shit is right, his bear roared. What sick game are you playing here? You think she's gonna like the dumb games you play? Who have you become, anyway? That was just cruel. True, but still. You'll push her away. Colin shrugged. Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Piper rolled her shoulders back. That's right. You shouldn't have said that at all. It was crass and inappropriate. I'll ask that you don't say stuff like that anymore. I'm a federal employee on duty. I need to check something on the machine. Keep warm.
Chapter 9. Piper. Piper watched Colin leave the cabin. His shoulders were so wide, he almost didn't fit through the door. Her breath sawed out of her until she heard his boots crunching in the snow. Only then did she allow herself to collapse on the small bed and hold her breath. She had just hit a man. Piper wasn't a violent person. She had never lost her temper like that. The things Colin was saying were so shocking, she lost control of herself. The infuriating man was taunting her. Who went around saying stuff like that anyway? Crazy bushmen who lived in the deserted Alaskan tundra, that was who. Obviously, the extreme cold and loneliness had warped his brain. How he'd managed to get into her bed twice was a damn mystery, one that she wasn't going to repeat. Not a butterfly's chance in Alaska was she doing that. I know what he tastes like, too. I know the soft grunts he makes when he's about to come. I know that he is so damn good, he might have ruined sex with other men forever. Piper believed sex was better when you cared about the person. Obviously, that wasn't true. She didn't care about Colin Relic at all, and yet he was the best sex she'd ever had. The things he had done to her, the way he made her feel, it was something out of one of those romance novels Grace liked so much, not reality. She would simply have to double her efforts to keep away from Colin. Real fucking easy. It wasn't like they were trapped in the smallest cabin known to man in the middle of a blizzard. They could totally stay away from each other. Piper snorted and began to make a list of all the things she disliked about Colin. As it turned out, there wasn't that much. She didn't know him enough to have a long list of annoying habits, but she figured he snored. A man that big had to be an annoying sleeper who snored like a live chainsaw. She hated snorers. Not that she had ever shared a bed with a man who snored. It was just a guess. The door banged open, and Colin walked in. He didn't look at her. He was making it his business to avoid her direction. It annoyed her to no end. He was the one that had so rudely taken her away from the storm. He saved my life. Nope, he hadn't. Piper had to believe that she would have been able to get herself out of the mess she was in. She was a park ranger. She was a badass survivalist who could do anything she set her mind to. She could have levitated the snowmobile off her legs if she had wanted, with a little practice. Obviously, she was losing her mind, going around imagining using non-existent magical powers to save herself. Maybe she should do the nice thing and thank Colin for coming to her aid. That would have been the kind and decent thing to do. She just had to make a clear division in her head where Colin, the man who had saved her from certain death, wasn't Colin, the man who gave the world's best orgasms. She could handle one of those, but not both. "How is the machine?" she asked. Colin, still with his wide back to her, grumbled an undecipherable series of words. "For the love of fuck, would you just turn around and talk to me instead of being a grumpy beast?" He turned with much more grace than a man his size had a right to. Piper couldn't help it. She was continuously impressed by the way he could move his body. He was so large, but he moved with such ease. It was beautiful. Colin was beautiful. Big, large men couldn't be beautiful. It was a Colin relic thing. Are we good to go to your town?
Storm is still bad. We will have to stay here for another few hours.
Are you sure? Piper looked around the small cabin. It really was tiny, and he did take up most of it. If they had to stay here much longer, she would end up doing something dumb. Like fucking him again. Maybe I could explain it away because I am cold and hypothermic. Nothing says I am hot like sex with Colin. She groaned and shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts.
Are you okay?
He asked, closing the small distance between them.
Is it your leg?
What? No, I'm fine. I just don't want to be stuck here for much longer with you. He scoffed before dissolving into a deep laugh that played a happy little game with her lady parts.
That makes two of us, darlin'.
Stop calling me that. It's too familiar.
But we are familiar. I won't believe you've already forgotten what we did earlier today. I'm pretty sure I still have the claw marks on my back.
You do not, she gasped. He laughed.
I do. I know I do.
He tapped his chest.
I still have marks right here, too.
She shook her head. No, you don't. Stop. You're making this so awkward. Colin lifted his shirt, giving her a clear view of that deep V that led to his magnificent cock, abs, and strong chest. Shit, double fucking shit. He was right. Claw marks were marring his smooth skin. Oops. She had to recover, and quickly. That could be from another woman you fucked after me. His eyes darkened, and he stalked toward her.
Not a chance, darlin'. I haven't been with anyone since our first night together. You're hard to forget.
He licked his lips while his eyes devoured hers. Piper was suddenly very hot. Had he turned up the heat on the fire? He leaned in close, inhaling deeply. Warmth and sex appeal poured off him to drench her. If he didn't leave now, she'd need to change her underwear. If only she had a spare pair. I don't have to believe you. He chuckled.
You're quite the little spitfire when you're going over the edge.
Somehow, he crowded her even more. She wanted to push him away. She wanted to straddle him. She wanted to kick him out of the cabin. She wanted to climb him like a tree. It was a lot to feel all at once.
You did this just as your pussy clenched my cock like a vise.
He took her hand in his and eased it down the red marks against his skin. She gulped hard, killing a whimper before he could hear it. Stop, she pleaded. Please stop. If we're going to survive out here, I need you to stop saying stuff like that to me, okay?
Is it affecting you?
He leaned into her space. He inhaled deeply, the tip of his nose brushing against her cheek. No, but I don't want to murder you. She pushed against his large chest. But, of course, he was hot. Not just good-looking, but also warm to the touch. Colin pulled away from her, a smile on his lips.
You really are adorable when you're mad.
Piper crossed her arms and turned away from him. 1,000 different retorts bounced around in her mind, but the more she engaged him, the more they had to speak, and the thinner her resolve to stay the hell away from him became. She would stay on her side of the cabin until they had to leave. Easy. Real easy. Piper didn't know how she'd managed it, but she had. She had fallen asleep on the tiny, uncomfortable bed in the cabin. It was a wonder that she had been able to doze off in Colin's presence, but her leg hurt, she was cold, and she was exhausted from worrying about her team. She rubbed at her eyes, sitting up in the bed, careful with her injured leg.
Good,
Colin drawled.
You're awake. We can head out soon, and I was worried you would kill me if I tried waking you.
Your instincts are correct. I would have destroyed you. He laughed and threw her snow gear on the bed, avoiding her leg.
Let's get ready to go. It stopped snowing and the wind has died down. If I gun it, we can be in Winterland in just over an hour.
Colin offered to help her get her gear on, but Piper glared at him until he backed off, grumbling under his breath that she was too independent for her own good. She didn't want to argue with him. That only led to some naked time, and that wasn't happening again. A few steps away from the cabin, Colin's snowmobile roared loud. It was ready to go with her own machine hitched to the back. Colin swung one leg over his snowmobile and turned back to look at her, half his handsome face hidden by his shiny black helmet. She slid her own on to add some sort of barrier between them. She was going to have to share his ride, straddling the machine while gripping onto him tightly. She would be touching him for over an hour. Already she felt lightheaded.
"If I offer to help you sit, are you going to bite my head off?"
he asked. "Yes, and you won't like which head I decide to bite." Colin snickered and waited patiently while Piper did her best to climb on the back of his ride without hurting her leg further. When she was finally settled, he gripped her uninjured leg to get her attention.
"If you need me to stop, just tap me 3 times.
He demonstrated what he meant.
"You ready?"
"Let's go," she said. The sooner they got to his village, the quicker she could find her way back to her team and far, far away from Colin Relic. They had run into each other not once, not twice, but 3 times in the same 24 hours. Forget 24 hours, it had barely been 12. Her patience was thin, and her resistance was running low. They lurched forward and were off. Piper held on to him. She tried to pretend she was holding Josiah or Lewis. Shit, she even pretended she held her boss, Mason, to keep her hormones from going to overdrive. It was an impossible task. It was the longest hour of her life, but she eventually spotted a small cluster of buildings off in the distance. This had to be the secluded town Colin had mentioned. It really was out of the way. The only way to access it was by snowmobile. That seemed dangerous and sort of wild. Who were these people who chose to live so far removed from society? Piper could only imagine that Grace would pass out from the sheer suggestion of living out here. It brought a smile to her lips. She couldn't wait to tease her best friend about this place. Colin drove them through the small village all the way to a gray building. He parked up front, right next to another snowmobile.
"Our doctor isn't here, but the nurse is, and she's pretty great at her job. She'll take care of you."
"And my machine?" Piper asked, limping off the snowmobile.
"Humans get fixed first,"
Colin answered. "Can't you just dump me here and tell me where I can find the spare parts to fix my sleigh?" Colin balked, his jaw clenched tightly. He took her by the arm and helped her up the steps and into the doctor's office.
"If you think for 1 second I'd bring you to my home, only to let you fend for yourself, you don't know me."
"You're right, though," she argued. "I don't know you. So doesn't mean we actually know each other. I don't know your middle name and you don't know mine. I have no idea what your favorite candy bar is or how you drink your coffee. We're strangers."
"Malcolm, peanut butter cups, black. There, we aren't strangers, and even if we were, there's no way I'd let you fend for yourself."
"Well, well, well." A pretty nurse rounded the corner with her arms crossed. She smiled at Colin like a little sister would. "What do we have here? Colin bringing in a woman? Has the ground thawed in Alaska?" Colin grumbled under his breath.
"Natalie, this is Piper Flemia. She's a park ranger who was separated from her crew in the snow squall. She has a bummed leg. Her sleigh fell on it."
"Oh, damn. That must have hurt. Let me help you get to the exam room." Nurse Natalie turned toward Colin and waved him off. "Go on now. You've got things to do and commares to see. I've got this. Tucker is in the staff room. He's radioing Sawyer to join you here." Colin's features darkened. He wanted to argue. It was written all over his face. But instead of duking it out with the nurse, he retreated into a small room. "Don't mind him," Natalie said with a wink. "He's usually like that. The best you can hope for with Colin is that he's recently eaten." Piper didn't respond, but let Natalie help her to the exam room at the very back of the small building. She sat on the examination table while Natalie felt her leg, frowning deeply. "Well, considering you can sort of walk and put weight on it, I don't think it's broken. You don't have a fracture, but you might have a good bone bruise. I suggest lots of rest and no exerting movements for the next little while." "Thanks. but I really need to get my snowmobile back to fighting form. I gotta get to the mines to join up with my team. Natalie shook her head. We can get one of our people down to the mines to tell your team that you're here, but I'm afraid you can't take on the journey yourself. I'm fine, Piper argued. I can go against your medical recommendations. I'll even sign a waiver if you're worried I'll sue you. The nurse laughed softly. Oh, you're a fun one. I bet Colin just adores you. Hardly, she quickly snapped. Natalie's chuckle deepened. I can totally see it. I'd love to give you a waiver and let you go on your way, but you'll have to get through the mayors. Sorry, mayors? As in more than one? Shit, this town is tiny. How many men does it take to run it? 3, Natalie answered, thoroughly amused. But it's not how you think. Life out here is really difficult. The 3 mayors split all the tasks and decisions to make sure everything is always fair. I'm one of the mayor's mates, so I might be a bit biased when I say this, but it's a good system. It works for Winterland. There were all kinds of mysteries in the words the nurse chose to explain the current situation, but Piper ignored it. I can deal with a bone bruise. Just please tell me where I can find spare parts for my snowmobile. Why don't you go back to the waiting room? I'll get on the radio with someone who can help you. Piper worked very hard to walk normally back to the entrance. She sat on one of the chairs, her leg hurting something fierce. If hobbling around here, she couldn't even imagine what it would be like to drive the snowmobile to the mines. Then once she got there, she would be a hindrance. She would most definitely not be able to pull her weight as a member of the team, and that pissed her off. As she sat quietly, patiently waiting for Natalie to get back to her, she heard the hushed tones of male voices arguing. Colin's whispers weren't actually whispers. They were more like low grumbles that echoed through the small building. The large man didn't do subtle well. Piper stood and slowly made her way toward the voices. Colin was talking to 2 other men. Presumably one of them had to be one of the 3 mayors. The rangers got the information that they were crossing into the preserve to poach, Colin mumbled. Well, that's faulty intel. We know they were probably taken by the 6 shifters, a second man said. 6 shifters? What the hell was that? Some kind of Alaskan snow gang? If only we could get a hold of Katya, we would know for sure. Any news from her? Another man asked. No, was the answer. Not a damn fucking word. I knew I shouldn't have let her go. She's... Stop. Doc was a spy. She might be up there in age, but she is more than capable of doing a recon mission. For now, we gotta hightail it to the mines to see what's up. And what are we gonna do about your visitor? Was the next question from one of Colin's companions. She'll stay here while she heals. I'll get Natalie to ground her. Good fucking luck with that. Her sleigh is busted. I doubt we've got the right parts to fix it up. I'll radio Burl to see if he can get the parts to Point Hope. Is she your mate? Mate. There was that word again. First, the nurse had used it. Now one of the men spoke it like it meant something important. Don't start with me on that mate bullshit, Colin snapped. I don't have time for that. I've got to check on Peter and then head to the mines. Sawyer will cover that. I'll radio Burl. You take care of your mate. She's not? Colin huffed and puffed. Stop, Tucker. You might be all happy with Natalie, but it doesn't mean that's what should happen to the rest of us. You can't outrun this stuff, Colin. You just can't. Now I'll go tell Natalie to ground your girl. That was enough of that. These men, strangers that they were, would definitely not tell her what to do. She was a grown woman, a federal employee. They couldn't ground her. On her injured leg, she busted through the room in a roar. Who the hell do you motherfuckers think you are? 3 massive men stared down at her. Colin with a scowl, and the other 2 amused as if she were a kitten.
Chapter 10. Colin. Colin couldn't believe it. Actually, that wasn't true at all. He could believe it, but he didn't want to. That was different. Among everything that was going on right now, Tucker stood there drilling him about mates. It wasn't the time. Katya was still out there, trying to figure how much of a threat the 6 shifters posed and how they had gotten sick in the first place. Then there was Peter and his reluctance to speak to many people. Now there were more missing people with a team of park rangers sniffing around. One of them was injured with a broken snowmobile sitting in an exam room across the building. And Tucker wanted to talk about mates? Colin shook his head. He didn't want to have to explain to Tucker that Piper wasn't his mate. Not only because his friend and co-mayor had gone all domesticated since finding his own mate, but mostly because as soon as Tucker found out, he would do everything in his power to make sure Colin mated Piper. "You take care of your mate," Tucker drawled with a shit-eating grin. "She's not—" Colin took a deep breath. The more vehemently he argued, the more Tucker would smell blood in the water. "Stop, Tucker. You might be all happy with Natalie, but that doesn't mean that's what should happen to the rest of us." Tucker's eyes bore into his own, a knowing smirk tugging at a mouth Colin wanted to punch. "You can't outrun this stuff, Colin." Like hell he couldn't. He'd give it his best shot. "You just can't. Now I'll go tell Natalie to ground your girl." Colin opened his mouth to reply, but whatever he was going to say was interrupted by a sharp change to the scent of the air. The door banged open to reveal a pissed-off Piper. Great, here we go. Even mad and about to go on a tear, she was beautiful. Her red hair fell over her shoulders, as wild as she was. Her green eyes burned brightly, a clash between sensual and downright murderous. Colin's knees buckled from the sight of his mate. Desire burned brightly in his veins. How the hell was he supposed to stay away from her when she was in his town? How could he possibly keep his attraction to her under wraps when just the sight of her had his cock thickening? Then Piper opened her mouth. "Who the hell do you motherfuckers think you are?" she roared. Colin scowled at her as the lust left his veins to be replaced with anger. He was furious. Now that Sawyer and Tucker would see her, and more importantly, smell her, they would know for sure that Piper Flamia, park ranger and a major pain in his ass, was his mate. There was no way around it. She smelled like him. She had showered since their nooner, but you couldn't fool a shifter. His scent was all over hers, and worse yet, hers was all over him. He could smell it for himself. Her honeyed odor clung to his clothes. Tucker held out his hand toward her. "Hi, Tucker Kearney, co-mayor of Winterland. This is my other co-mayor, Sawyer Agner. You already know our third, Colin." Piper ignored Tucker's hand, choosing instead to cross her arms over her chest. "We need to discuss something. You cannot ground a grown woman, especially not a federal employee. You will give me the parts I require to fix my machine and let me go on my way." "No," Colin said. "You're not going anywhere. You think you can make it to the mines by yourself? Not a chance. Not only do we not have the parts you need, but you're under our protection now. We can't let you leave injured. That's more trouble than it's worth. Just like I told you back at the cabin, you're going to stay here and heal up, and we'll let your team know you're safe. I'll take you back to Point Hope myself." "Not happening." Colin wanted to take Piper, swing her over his shoulder, and drag her back to his place where they could argue in the privacy of his own home. It wasn't good to be doing this in front of the other two. They would get all kinds of ideas about mates, and he wasn't up for such a conversation. Tucker and Sawyer watched the display as if it were the most interesting match of the wills they had ever seen. As if Tucker didn't have daily disagreements with Natalie that didn't look exactly like this. "As awesome as this is," Sawyer cut in, "you should know there is another storm rolling in. It won't be safe for at least another day or so while the storm system passes over. The best thing for you to do, Ranger Flamia, is to stay here where it's safe and warm. The community is getting together today for a chili competition. You're more than welcome to participate. At the very worst, you'll be fed low-quality chili and some freshly baked rolls. At best, you'll get to eat some of the best chilies you've ever had." Sawyer shrugged. "It is up to you. Or you can stay here and keep yelling at this one." He pointed at Colin, who was a second away from roaring apart the room. "We're hungry, that's why. Just calm down. Our mate is in Winterland, and there's literally nothing better than that." "As sensible as your offer is, I have to decline. If you could just give me a radio so I can contact my team." Piper held out her hand like they would just put the radio in her hand and let her go off on her own. She was insane if she honestly believed he would let her go, alone and injured during a storm. "Darlin'," he began, trying to be as rational and calm as possible. Of course, it was impossible. His voice was too deep, too low, too full of anger. Piper's nostrils flared, and she clenched her fists tight. "Stop calling me that!" she bellowed. He'd never stop calling her that. She was darling to him. He wasn't too sure what the word meant, but to him, Piper Flamio was the most important person in his heart. It didn't matter if he wouldn't mate her. It didn't matter that he would never tell her who and what he truly was. In his soul, he knew she was his and that he was hers. He wouldn't stop calling her darling, ever. He took a step forward and gripped her by the shoulders. "You need to listen, Piper. You might be a ranger, but this is our land. We know it better than you, and I will not be told what to do. I'm on a mission. Either you provide me with what I need to get to the mines, or—" She floundered. "Or—" "Oh, yeah." Tucker's laughter interrupted Piper. She shot him a murderous gaze that only deepened when he said, "This is fun as hell. You two are quite something." "Tucker, leave them alone," Sawyer cut in, chuckling along. "Enough, boys," Natalie sighed, coming into the room. "Tucker, don't you remember how surly you were when I first came to town? I'm going to take Piper to the community center. Meanwhile, you three beasts will see about fixing her sleigh. I don't care if you have to use parts off one of your machines. Make it happen." Natalie took Piper's arm. "Come on. Let these big babies cool off and rejoin the world of adults. I'm looking at you, Colin Relic. Don't think I don't know what's going on here. You're putting that one," she pointed toward her mate, "to shame with all of your stubbornness. Take your head out of your ass and do what comes naturally." Piper watched the exchange, fascinated. She was pleased, and about 2 seconds away from applauding Natalie for her speech. Piper couldn't know what Natalie meant. The co-mayor's mate was basically telling Colin to mate Piper already. That was the very last thing Piper would want. It wasn't happening. Not a chance in hell. Colin would make sure of it. "I need to go check on Peter," Colin grumbled. He pushed past them, and without sparing a backward glance toward Piper, he left on his snowmobile. Peter had stayed with Madeline while Colin was away in Anchorage. It was obvious he interrupted a fun game between Peter and Madeline's kids. All the children were sweating and hyper, chasing each other around the house with screams of delight. "Good luck getting him to leave," Madeline said, pouring popcorn into a massive bowl. "They've been getting rowdier by the second. They're about to hunker down and watch a movie." She gestured toward the snacks. "You are welcome to stay, but don't take Peter away. He's having such a blast. And he spoke. I think he must have said at least 30 words since you left. It's good for him to be with other children." Colin rubbed a hand across his neck. He didn't know what to do. Peter had already spent one night at Madeline's place, and he didn't want to take advantage of the woman's kindness. Besides, shouldn't Peter be with him? With family? It was true that Winterland was one big family of all kinds of shifters, but after everything Peter had been through, shouldn't he want quiet back at Colin's place? "I don't mind having him over, Colin. One more kid doesn't change much around here. Besides, with the new disappearances, won't you be busy running around? It's better for him if he stays here instead of being shuffled around. We'll call it an extended sleepover." "I guess it makes sense. I'll ask Peter what he wants to do." As if on cue, Peter ran by laughing. Colin's heart lurched. It was the first time he heard the little boy laugh. It was an innocent and pure sound, like Peter hadn't been mistreated and been through a living hell. Colin didn't want to stop the fun, but he wanted to make sure the kid was okay. "Peter, come here a sec." The boy's face fell, but he stepped toward Colin. "Okay." "Let's have a chat." Colin led him to the entrance of the house for a bit of privacy. Tears formed behind his eyes. Colin didn't even realize how much he needed to hear that little voice. "How are you?" Peter frowned. "Good. Why?" Well, I could take you home, but there's been some stuff happening. Madeline said you can stay here while I deal with mayor stuff. I want to know what you want to do.
We're going to watch a movie before going to the chili-off. Tomorrow Madeline is making pancakes for breakfast. I never had pancakes.
Well, shit. Colin's heart just about broke for his brother. He nodded and dropped a hand on his brother's shoulder. I know we haven't spent much time together. I don't want you to think you're not important to me, Peter. You are. You really are. I need to make the town safe so that those sick shifters can't hurt anybody else. When things are quiet, we'll have all the time in the world to get to know each other.
Will I still be able to play here when everything is quiet?
Colin smiled sadly. Of course. You've got friends, and that's as important as family. Are you sure you're okay with staying here? If you need me, all you gotta do is radio me. Peter nodded.
Madeline showed me how to use the radio, so I can call you. I'll stay tonight for fun and pancakes?
Sure thing, Peter. You stay and have fun. Peter threw himself at Colin and hugged him close. For a second, Colin was immobile, shocked by the display of emotion. It was new for Peter, but it definitely meant good things. He was happy. He would be okay. If Colin fucked up, at least he had Madeline and her family to help. He dropped a hand to Peter's head and ruffled his hair before hugging him back. You're a good kid, Peter. I'm happy to be your brother, and I'm happier still that I found you.
Okay,
Peter said before running off to rejoin the game. Madeline laughed as she approached. I told you he wanted to stay. Thanks a lot for doing this, taking him and everything. She waved him off. This is what we do for each other in Winterland. Still, thanks. I owe you a lot. Hardly. You and the other mayors, you protect the town. Helping out with Peter is a little something I can do to make your life easier. I get to help a defenseless child in the process. That makes my mommy heart very happy. Though if you ever do decide to find your mate, I'm sure the lucky lady will be a great addition to Peter's life. Not you too, Colin groaned. Madeline nodded. I'll make this quick. The kids are going to be busy with popcorn and the TV for a bit while I get a head start on my chili recipe. That's cheating, he reprimanded jokingly. Madeline waved him off. Don't start with me. I have to get a good start here before I get to the community center. I refuse to let Annie win. Anyway, don't distract me with my desire to win a chili-off. We're talking about you and your mate. I might be a human, but I understand the importance of mates. If you find her, don't do like Tucker. That was painful enough to watch. That's my cue to leave, Colin mumbled. Thanks again for taking Peter. Radio me if there's anything. He left the house before Madeline could drop any other nugget of truth about mates. You can run, Shifter, but you can't hide. Not from love. She waved at him from the front porch before disappearing back into her house. Colin turned on his snowmobile, letting the machine's loud noises drown out his bear, who wholeheartedly agreed with Madeline. He turned his sleigh toward his place, needed a shower to clear his head before he could focus on his mayoral tasks. You can't scrub Piper off, his bear insisted. Maybe not, but he would sure try.
Chapter 11. Piper. After the charged conversation with Winterland's 3 mayors, Piper wanted to go on a rampage. She wanted to steal or commandeer a snowmobile and get herself to the mines to rejoin the team. But Colin was right. She didn't know where she was and in what direction the mines were. She could have taken a radio and tried to find the right frequency to get in touch with the guys from her crew, but what would she say? Quick, come help me. I'm in a village in the middle of the wilderness. They're helping my leg heal, they're fixing my sleigh, and they've threatened to feed me chili. That wouldn't be a great look for her. It broke the Piper law. How was she supposed to go on being a badass if she had lost track of the team, crashed her ride, injured herself, and then let herself be taken by an unknown citizen of a town that wasn't on any maps? She would never live it down. Her hard-earned reputation was on the line, and she wasn't going to bend. Colin couldn't make her bend, and neither could the other 2 mayors of the town. With her bruised leg, there was very little she could do, at least for tonight. especially with the storm rolling in. Piper had a plan. She would go to the community center with Nurse Natalie, eat some chili, and rest her injured leg. In the morning, once the storm had passed and she felt better, she would go over her options again. Things would look better in the morning when she had a decent night's sleep, wherever she was sleeping. That hadn't been discussed, but she sure hoped Natalie would be her host. If anyone even suggested that she stay with Colin, she would take her chances with the storm. She would be safer in the cold, harsh wind than she was with Colin. After all, she knew just how powerful the pull to the man was. If she had to be in his house, where there was surely a bed, she didn't know what would happen. It was ridiculous, really. Piper had never lost her head over a boy, over a man. Yet here she was, all turned around because of Colin Relic. The tall, muscular pain in her ass was too good-looking to resist. But that didn't explain why they always fought, and why their arguments always turned her on. Why did disagreeing with Colin get her juices flowing? She didn't know, but she was pretty sure it meant something was seriously wrong with her. She could have asked Natalie for her medical opinion, but Piper had a feeling that Natalie would just use that as ammo to get her closer to Colin. After all, Natalie had also talked about mates. No matter how much Piper tried to figure out what that could possibly mean, she drew a blank. The only thing that stuck in the context was partner or spouse, but that made not a lick of sense. She would never be Colin Relic's spouse, no matter how good in bed he was, and no matter how much she enjoyed riling him up. She had plans. They didn't include getting herself attached to a man who lived in a town that didn't exist, a man who didn't have identification. But he was also a man who had found her in the middle of a snow squall, a man who had taken her and her sleigh to safety. For all his faults, Colin was a good man. Wasn't he? It was true he had dropped off the face of the earth after fucking her all those months ago, but his treatment of her since he found her in the snow had made up for it. Why did it bother her so much that he just ghosted her after a wild time in bed? That was easy for her to figure out. For once, a man had made her feel special and cared for without thinking she was weak and needed to be wrapped up like fine china. She thought Colin would be the man who would see her as an equal, someone who deserved equal respect and wanted to plan a happily ever after. But instead, she got great sex and then crickets. The rejection hurt, but the fact that she was so stupid that she misjudged his intentions was more than she could live with. So she made a plan. Ignore, avoid, and forget Colin at all cost. But he showed up again, being all sexy, hot, helpful. He was making it too easy to give him another chance. Sort of. At least it would if he stopped shouting at her like a maniac. Natalie was a good nurse. She took an X-ray of Piper's leg to confirm there was no hairline fracture. Piper sat with her leg up for a couple of hours, kept busy by listening in on the steady stream of people coming by the doctor's office. None of them were sick. They just came by to chat with Natalie. It seemed that she was Tucker's wife, giving the nurse a certain kind of power in town. The citizens chatted with her and seemed to have great respect for her. In turn, Natalie genuinely seemed to care for each and every person in the small town. Growing up in Hawkins, the quintessential small town, Piper had witnessed similar behavior, but this was next level. Everyone was so friendly, so helpful. Maybe it was because they lived in the middle of nowhere, and they all relied on each other. That had to bring people closer. Piper was fascinated, but also a little terrified. Winterland wasn't on any map. Did these people pay taxes? Did they have social security numbers? Were they on the land illegally? An entire town of squatters no one had noticed because they lived in the Arctic Circle. And really, who in their right minds choose to live up here? Piper liked nature and wilderness more than the usual person, but life here had to be difficult. How did the children go to school? There were so many questions, and she didn't know how to ask them without being insulting. But Piper knew she had to amass all of the information she could while she was in town. She would report Winterland's existence to Mason, and he would make sure that everything was on the up and up. A little while later, when Piper was going stir-crazy, Natalie explained that they would be going to the community center for a chili-off. Piper wanted to ask if Colin would be there. She was desperate to know if he had found the parts for her snowmobile. She was also very aware that he would lie about it just to keep her in his strange little town. The whole town shows up. It's a good time. I'm making my chili with Madeline, my friend. She started cooking our chili's base hours ago. Technically, it's cheating, but I dare anyone to call out Madeline. Natalie helped her put her snow gear on and helped her get onto the back of a snowmobile. The nurse drove her through Winterland, pointing out a few things around town. It was actually a pretty cute place. There was a charm to it, despite the cold and harsh wind that was bringing a storm. The houses all looked the same, but they had to be functional to keep the inhabitants warm this far into the wilderness. There was even a school and a library. Grace would have approved. Natalie parked the machine in front of the community center, next to a line of snowmobiles. It really did seem like the entire town had shown up for this cook-off, even with the storm coming. "Are you okay there?" Natalie asked her as she wobbled up to the community center. Piper nodded. "I'm fine. I think the cold makes my leg worse." "That makes sense. Plus, you had it bent on the ride over. We'll get you settled, and you can elevate it." She patted her purse. "I also have some painkillers for you. We'll cycle you through heat and ice." "Don't mention ice right now, please," Piper begged with a shiver. The blast of heat hit her as soon as the doors to the community center opened. Piper sighed happily and closed her eyes, relishing the heat. There was a buzz of activity in the center. Tables were arranged around the room, and each had a few people standing by large saucepans. It took her a second to see portable stovetops sitting on the tables. A woman waved at them from across the room. Natalie returned the greeting and walked to the woman's table. "Piper, this is my friend Madeline. Madeline, this is the park ranger Colin helped out, Piper." Madeline's eyes grew wide and interested. "No kidding! Well, welcome to our slice of heaven." She narrowed her eyes at a running child. "Excuse me, but my children need their 10-minute reminder to behave." She walked away, greeting everyone warmly. "So, that's Madeline. She has loads of kids, and she is the best babysitter around. If you need child-rearing advice, that's who you talk to. She's Winterland's den mother, I swear." "Why do you all cook here?" Piper asked, instead of telling her new friend that she would never need parenting tips in Winterland. "It's good practice in the case of a cataclysmic event. We do it for practice in case things go really wrong here, but it's also a good time to come together. We have to keep the cook-offs in sight, or else people cheat," Natalie giggled. "The people of Winterland are quite competitive." "No kidding," Piper said sarcastically. "I really hadn't noticed." "Oh, you'll get used to it before it gets much worse, I promise you that. When the weather is better, we have town-wide games, hide-and-seek or snowball fights. It gets serious, but it's all in good fun. The three mares are the worst, of course. We tried putting them on the same team, but that didn't work either. They've been banned from participating and serve as judges instead. Even when we have soup-offs or chili-offs, the mares participate, but they don't really compete. Besides, Colin usually eats the ingredients before they even make it into whatever recipe he's making." "Ugh, no offense to your mate?" The word tasted strange on her tongue. She could only hope she was using it properly. "But it's like your three mares have been dosed with an extra dose of testosterone." Natalie laughed, wiping tears from her eyes from laughing so hard. "Oh, sweet Piper, you have no idea what you're in for." Piper shook her head. "All I want is to get back to my team. Why is that so hard to comprehend for Colin?" "Look, men like Colin and Tucker, hell, even Sawyer, who is more of a party boy than the other two, men like them are fueled by the need to protect." "I don't need anyone's protection," Piper said. Natalie nodded. "Trust me, I know. It's much easier to let them go on thinking they're protecting you, all the while doing whatever the hell you want, and sometimes protecting them from themselves." "I don't have to do that. I can just leave. And I intend to do just that in the morning." Natalie sighed. "You could. Have you ever heard about special people that have extraordinary abilities?" Piper shook her head. "You mean like in movies or shows? Sure." "Ah, so Colin didn't tell you." Natalie stirred her massive pot. "Then it's not my place to say anything to you, but you should know something. Colin is a really good man. If he wants to keep you here, it's not because he's evil. He's worried about your leg and concerned that you could get lost out there in the storm. He cares about you very deeply, even if he is clumsy in how he demonstrates it. There's a very easy solution. Colin can drive me to the mine himself. There, problem fixed. Let's just see where the dust settled after the storm passes. I'm sure that with a belly full of chili and a warm bed, you'll feel better. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Besides, after tonight, you might just decide to stay in Winterland. Natalie shrugged. This is the best place in the whole damn world, and I used to live in California. Piper watched Natalie carefully. This woman had drunk some of the Winterland Kool-Aid. It seemed like she, too, wanted to keep Piper grounded here. What was it with this place anyway? Was the cold air too thin to let people think for themselves? Piper wanted to keep thinking about all of this, but her thoughts were rudely interrupted. Colin swaggered in. Okay, so maybe that wasn't exactly a fair representation of how he came into the community center. In truth, he walked in with a smile on his face, greeting every citizen he came across with a handshake or a good-natured joke. He was mesmerizing to watch. Piper didn't want to watch him, but she was hypnotized. A little boy broke away from Madeline's group and ran toward Colin, bumping hard into the man's legs. The child shared a family resemblance. This had to be the little brother he talked about in the department store. Colin knelt and said something to the child. Colin the giant was so tender with the kid, it messed with her heart. He ruffled the little boy's hair, and the kid took off. Colin watched him go with a smile that made his chocolate-brown eyes glow. Sensing he was being watched, he looked in her direction. His smile froze, the warmth leaving his eyes. His nostrils flared, and he stalked toward her with purpose.
Why are you standing?
He snapped at her, dragging her by the arm to a chair. Before Piper could even get a word out, he had grabbed a second chair and gently laid her injured leg up.
There. You won't get any better if you're standing there for hours.
Piper, feeling combative now that he had taken care of her, crossed her arms. I've been sitting since you dropped me off at the clinic. I need some kind of exercise. Besides, it's just a bone bruise. I'm fine. I could run a 10-minute mile if I wanted.
Don't you dare,
he said, lowering himself to her level. His face was mere inches from hers. Oh, Colin, leave the woman alone. You can pester her all night. For now, I need her to chop onions.
What?
What? Colin and Piper said at the same time. He echoed her panic. Natalie shrugged. Well, she's your guest. She'll be staying with you.
Can't I stay with you? Piper asked Natalie while Colin said, No fucking way in hell is she staying with me.
He rushed off, shouting for Tucker as he went. Trust me. Natalie patted her hand. You'll thank me later. Not likely. Not ever.
Chapter 12. Colin. There was no way around it. Colin tried everything he could think of, but nothing worked. The entire town was against him, and all because Sawyer and Tucker had spread his business across Winterland. Every single citizen knew Piper was his mate, and they were under strict mayoral orders to refuse to shelter Piper for the night. She had to stay with Colin. It was bullshit. Tucker and Sawyer didn't actually know Piper was his mate. Oh, they had figured it out all right, using their sense and good sense, but Colin hadn't confirmed it. For all they knew, they were throwing some innocent woman in his way, also that Tucker didn't feel like the only mated mayor. It was a sick ploy, and not one he wanted anything to do with. What would he do? Let Piper sleep in the community center? Turn her out into the cold, stormy streets of Winterland? This is for your own good, Tucker repeated. If Sawyer and I had tried this with you when Natalie first arrived in town, you would have had our hides. Yep, he agreed, absolutely. But I am wiser now. Being committed to my mate did that. It was barely 2 weeks ago. Calm down, Colin spoke through clenched teeth. Would you stop trying to ruin this for us? This is perfect, can't you see? This means our mate will be in our home tonight, if we're lucky. So if you don't fuck it up too badly for us, we can have her again tonight. Colin shook his head. He didn't want Piper anywhere near his home, and definitely nowhere near his bed. He didn't trust their attraction. But more than that, the second Piper stepped foot in his house, he knew that her honey scent would sink into everything he owned, and he would never be rid of the fragrance. He would never be rid of her. He had every intention of taking her to Point Hope, sending her back on her way to Anchorage, and never seeing her again. Sharing a small house with her was all kinds of bad. You and Natalie can take her. If you won't, Sawyer can stay at my place tonight, and Piper can take his place. Not a chance, Sawyer said. I want my bed before we go off after those missing people. Who knows the next time I'll get a decent night's sleep. Colin, you can stand there and repeat that she isn't your mate. You can keep lying to yourself and to us, but it won't do you any good. In the end, you'll be with her. You have to be. You think you can go on living without her, now that you've had her? You still smell like her, friend. Let the town play matchmaker and seal the deal before she has to get back to the real world. Be good to her. Show her how loved she would be here. Yeah, Sawyer agreed. Get your head out of your ass already. Colin glared at him. And if it was your mate, what would you do, Sawyer? He snickered. My mate is probably somewhere exotic, like Hawaii or Australia. I'll have to leave Winterland and go off onto adventures to find my lady. I just know she'll be a daredevil who can't ever sit still. She won't walk into Winterland. I'll have to go find her when the time is right, when I'm 50 and ready to settle down. How I got roped into running this town with you two idiots is beyond me. Sawyer, you're not going off on any adventures. Fate will bring your lady to you just like it did for me and like it did for Colin. And you, he pointed a finger to Colin, get your ass in there and take your mate home. Colin was over the conversation. He wasn't going to stand there and take any more bullshit talking from Tucker and Sawyer. They might be his best friends and co-mayors, but that didn't mean they really knew what was best for him. He'd take the easy way out. To shut them up, he'd take Piper to his place, but he'd shift into his bear and sleep outside in the storm. Once Piper was gone, he would deep clean his house to remove her scent. If that didn't work, he would burn the place down. There. Easy. Best plan ever. Piper was doubled over laughing. Tears streamed down her face. She was laughing so hard. For the life of him, Colin couldn't figure out why it was so funny. All he'd said was that she was sleeping over at his place tonight, and she had started to laugh. She hadn't stopped in minutes. It was annoying, and he was losing his patience. She wiped the tears from her eyes and took a calming breath, still shaking with laughter. Explain this to me. Why does it feel like the entire town is throwing us together? From Natalie and Madeline to Sawyer and Tucker and every other person out there. Even Peter came by to tell me he'd like it if I was his big sister. Colin's head snapped up and scrutinized her features. She was telling the truth about Peter. Why would he say that to you? Beats me, Piper answered with a shrug. He must have heard all of the adults talking about it, so he figured it was the thing to say. He is a sweet kid, though. Not very talkative and pretty shy. Colin nodded. Yeah, he's been through some shit. Piper smiled sadly. Natalie told me all about it. The poor little boy. At least he's here now. He seems to be doing pretty well. It's nice of you to take him in. Not many people would do that. He balked. It's the only thing to do. Family is the only thing that matters. Piper sobered and sat up straighter. She studied him quietly for a few seconds as if she were seeing him in a new light. That's very noble, Colin. I'm sure Peter appreciates it. Look, I know you're not my biggest fan. We don't have the best track record, but I think that there's an easy solution. The whole town wants you to stay at my place. There's no way around it. We've been played. Come to my house. I'll sleep. Damn, he almost revealed his plan of sleeping outside. That wouldn't have gone over well with the human. Somewhere else. I'll find a spot. Won't bending to their will just make it worse in the end? Won't they tease us in the morning? Only if your scent is on me and vice versa. No, there's no chance of that. Because they wouldn't touch each other. There was no other way to keep the rumor mill going after a night in his place. It was the perfect plan to shut them all up now that he thought about it. You'll sleep at my place, and in the morning, when you still hate me, they'll stop pushing for us to be together. Piper sighed. Fine, but I still think this town is weird, for many reasons. You've got 3 mayors, and the entire town gets involved in your love lives like it was the most rational thing to do in the world. He nodded because, for a shifter community, it kind of was normal for them to be all up in each other's business. She couldn't know that as a human. We're unique, was the only explanation he gave her. He held out his hand. What do you say? Do we have a plan? I guess. Are you still going to find another spot to sleep? Someplace no one in town will know? This plan can't work if they see you skulking off. Yes, Piper, I know how to sneak out of my own house in my own town. Fine, take me to your place. Deep in his mind, his bear groaned. In another time, if he was a different man, that would have been the perfect line to hear from his mate. But she didn't mean anything by it, no matter if he still wanted her. Colin couldn't believe it. His body was revolting, and he didn't know what to do about it. Despite the fact that the storm had started in earnest and the temperature had dropped significantly, he was hard, painfully hard. His erection started when Piper gripped him when he drove them to his place on his snowmobile. He thought it would die down with the wind. It hadn't. Then he was positive it would go limp as he showed her around his place, and it definitely hadn't. If it was at all possible, he was actually harder. The pain reached new heights. Piper in his kitchen, Piper in his living room, Piper in his bedroom, in the spare bedroom, in the bathroom. Now you're just listing off places where you want to fuck her. His bear was right. Somehow the tour of his house had turned into a series of very graphic images. They took over his mind. He could almost feel the clenching of her pussy on his cock as he showed her where the extra towels were. Her naked body is going to touch your towels. For fuck's sake! His bear wasn't helping one bit. Can I say this isn't what I expected from your place? Like, at all. I imagined a man cave on crack. I was picturing bear rugs in front of a fireplace and a sex swing. He gulped audibly. A sex swing? Why did she have to say those words? How did she even know those words? Because she is a grown woman. Right. Well, he wouldn't need a sex swing to rock her world. He could fuck her up against that wall. He could take her from behind with her bent over that counter. He could thrust into her from the side of that bed. He could... Fuck it all. He wasn't helping matters. Are you okay? You look flushed. Piper frowned with real concern. No, I'm fine. I'm tired, and sometimes the wind makes me sleepy. What was he even saying? So you can take this bed. It's mine, but I'll change the sheets while you shower. You might want to let the water in the tank get hotter before you step under the spray. I don't have the best tank, but I'm usually alone. I don't mind the cold. That's thanks to me. I enjoy a polar bear dip. His bear laughed and laughed like he was the most hilarious creature in the world. I'll have to change it now that Peter is living here too, but he dropped off, not sure what else to say. Okay, well, thanks. I'll go shower, you change the sheets, and then you will sneak out? Yeah, I'll leave you here. Piper turned on her heel and went into his small bathroom. As he changed the sheets, he heard her little gasp when she walked under the shower head. She hadn't waited long enough, and that gasp had done something to his still straining erection. It led him right to the closed door. He laid his forehead against it, wondering what it would be like to see his mate showering in his home. Just like any other shower, nothing special. She's our mate, it would be special. He wanted to bust down the door and kiss Piper. He wanted to see her body glistening under the water. He wanted a lot of things. He stood there listening to her shower. She hummed. It was adorable and aggravating. What did she have to hum about? She was kicking him out of his own place for the night. Didn't she feel bad? Did she worry about him out there in the cold? You made it seem like you had a plan. Don't blame her. What you need to do is open the door and strip. Show her how you can actually spend the night. I bet she would love that. Piper would certainly love that. She'd probably wring his neck after giving him a proper chewing out. The bathroom door swung open, and he stumbled forward. His hands went to her shoulders to steady himself, while her hands went to his chest with a squeak of surprise. Her towel slid an inch down, and he could nearly see the darkened skin of her areolas. His mouth went dry as he longed to dip down and take her nipple into his mouth. His breathing was labored, and so was hers. Her green eyes were lighter, and her chest moved with her rapid breathing. "Colin," she whispered, "are you being creepy and listening to me shower through the door?" "No." She licked her lips and took a step toward him. They were inches apart, and his cock was still hard. She would see it. Hell, she was an inch from feeling it. "I think you were. What happened to our plan? You were supposed to change the sheets and leave. You are still here." She looked down, and her eyes widened when she saw his erection straining against his jeans. Her breath caught. "Colin, you know we can't." "I know," he agreed. "You're supposed to go." "Yep." He leaned into her, his breath brushed against her skin. "Do you have anywhere to go?" She looked up into his eyes. "Sure," he answered with a shrug. "You're lying." "Maybe." He reached out but let his hand fall before it could touch her cheek. Damn him. "Fine, so you don't have anywhere to go." She took a step closer to him. How that was possible when they were almost pressed together was a mystery, but there was no more air in the house. She was so close that he couldn't think. He wanted to tug on the towel to get a good look at her just one last time. "Well, I can't let you go sleep outside during a storm in the Arctic Circle. I'm not evil." "Okay." "Colin, stop. Use your words. What do you want to do right now?" "I don't think you'd like my answer much." She swallowed and licked her lips again. "Try me." He tried to speak, but there were no words in his brain. It was a wide, empty space with just one thing sitting there. The image of Piper, his beautiful mate, standing in his bathroom in nothing but a towel. He knew what he should do. Turn on his heel and leave the cabin to spend the night as a bear. If he so much as touched her, all of the town would know. At that moment, with his mate standing there, he didn't care. He lifted his hand and rubbed the back of his fingers where her nipples jutted up from the damp towel. Piper didn't move away, didn't say anything. He took it as a sign that she didn't mind. He gripped the towel and tugged. It fell to the floor in a whoosh. Piper Flamia, his mate, was standing in his bathroom, naked and wet. Chapter 13. Colin. 1 second Piper was standing in the doorway. The next she was lying on the ground in a dead faint. "I told you not to do this. Now she's going to be scared of me, and I fully blame you if she leaves. You're such a brute." Colin ignored his bear and shifted back into his human form. He quickly went to Piper and lifted her from the floor. He carefully carried her to the bedroom and laid her on the bed, bundled up in the blanket. He pushed her hair off her face with the back of his fingers. "Piper," he whispered, "wake up." "No," she said, screwing her eyes tighter. "You just turned into a fucking polar bear. I am entitled to pretend that I am asleep." He shook his head and blew out a breath. "My bear is sad that you're scared of him." Her eyes flew open, and she sat up in bed. "Are you kidding me right now, Colin Relic? Your bear is sad? How do you think I feel in this secluded town away from everything, and then I find out that most of the people around me can shift?" "Madeline and Natalie are humans like you," He hoped his words would soothe her. Holy shit. Peter? And the other kids? Shifters, he answered. Oh my God. She jumped out of bed and began pacing the bedroom, dragging the comforter behind her. And you were telling me about mates because... Her head snapped in his direction. Oh, my God, I am your mate? That is why the sex is like... She motioned toward the bed. Like that? He nodded. She looked a little unhinged right now, and he was terrified she would be scared and run off naked into the street. Colin, now is really not the time to be all quiet. Use your words. Lots of them. Now. I'm a polar bear shifter and co-mayor of Winterland with Tucker, who is a wolf, and Sawyer, who is a fox. So Natalie knows this. She does, yes. She actually came here to prove shifters existed. That's how she came across Tucker. Apparently, fate has this thing about making sure mates run into each other when the time is right. She narrowed her eyes at him. If we're mates, how come you never called me back after that first time? He shrugged. Lots of words, Colin Relic. Fuck, Piper, you scare me, okay? He leapt to his feet and turned his back on her. He had definitely not meant to say that. Men, shifter men, didn't go around telling their mates that they were scared of them, but he meant it. I didn't want to find my mate. Then you were there, and Lord help me, I couldn't resist you. Even with that mouth of yours. I stayed away because I don't want to bring you here and then lose you. Life out here is hard, and I know you can handle it, but I also know you're stubborn. You run toward danger, not away from it. That's pure pain for a shifter. I'm meant to protect you, and I can't always be there to save you when you overturn your snowmobile because you're driving too fast. And before you interrupt me to say you don't need saving, don't. I know already, darling. You made it real clear that you don't need anyone. But you know who needs me? Peter. That little boy has been through a lot, and I have to focus on him. I can't do that if I'm always worried about you going off after the sick shifters or searching for the missing hikers. I have responsibilities here, to the town, to my co-mayors. It's all so much to juggle, and I'll let something fall. I can't have that. It's easier to just... He shook his head. I thought it would be easier to pretend you didn't exist. The first time. And then again this morning. Wow, was that really only this morning? It felt like a full year had passed. I thought I would walk away and that fate would listen when I said I didn't want to be mated. But then, well, fuck if I don't see you when I'm at the store. I heard you were going through the Point Hope airport, so I made sure not to be around then. I was gonna do it, avoid you. And then I found you, hurt and alone in a fucking snow squall. You could have died, and all because I'm too much of a coward to be mated. Piper hadn't moved an inch since he had started talking. Colin was out of breath, and he felt a little drunk. He couldn't remember the last time he had said so much. Boy, did talking a lot hurt. Wow, Piper finally said. That was a lot of words, Colin. There's a lot to unpack in there. Piper sat on the bed and patted the spot beside her. Colin hadn't even realized he was still naked, but he was. He sat beside her and pulled at a corner of the blanket. His dick shouldn't be hearing anything about fear. The limb would throw a revolt if it thought they'd never be with Piper again. Let's take it one thing at a time. I'd like to know how you became mayor of Winterland. Seems like an interesting job. I'm just not sure how you can vote for 3 people. We're more like monarchs. We're not voted in. We inherit the title from our fathers. We call ourselves mayors because to make any decision in Winterland, all 3 alphas have to vote. The number 3 is important because it makes sure there could be no tie. There's always a swing vote, and that is crucial. I'm the alpha of the polar bears, just like the others are the alphas of their packs. Wolves and foxes? She questioned. Yeah, that's right. Typically, alphas don't like to share the task of caring for our people, but the seclusion demands it. There's way more to it than mere survival. This far away from the closest city, we have to rely on each other. Not only for the day-to-day business of surviving, but for morale, too. That's why there's always stuff going on at the community center. That makes sense, then. So did you and the others inherit your royal titles at the same time? Colin nodded. Yeah, the previous mayors all retired to give us our time. Protecting the wildlands around Winterland is a young man's game, apparently. And your mom? Her voice was quiet. She died a long time ago. I was just a kid. Oh, I'm so sorry. That must have been really tough. Must still be, sometimes. Why was he telling her everything? And why did it feel so good to spew all of his secrets? One of my dad's enemies got to her. He wasn't fast enough to... Well, in the end, he didn't save her. What happened, if you don't mind telling me? Piper softly caressed his arm, giving him support. Andy Malone is what happened. He wanted this town, and he didn't care who he had to kill to take it. He thought he should be the ruler of Winterland, but the people knew the Malones were trouble and fought back. My dad was one of the first to stand up to him. I wished you could have seen my dad back then. He was brave and lived to protect his family and the people in this town. Colin closed his eyes and tilted his head forward. Andy came across my mom and kidnapped her. Dad got a search party together, and we went searching for her. Hours later, Dad found her mangled body in a snowdrift. It was gruesome, and Dad could never forget the image of his mate bloody and dead. He never forgave himself, and couldn't stand living in Winterland anymore. When you lose your mate, he says the will to live dies too. He moved not long after her death, and I stayed because I was not willing to leave what my mom died for. Right, Piper said, reaching out for his hand. She interlaced their fingers. That's why you don't want to mate, isn't it? Because you're scared your enemies will get to her, to me. Colin didn't say anything, nor did he move. He just sat there on his bed holding Piper's hand. It was nice. It was soothing and wonderful, despite the fact he was uncomfortable with the conversation. He hadn't talked so much in years. Probably ever, if he was honest. Piper was good like that. She had the power to anger him to no end, but she also drew out parts of him. Hidden, forgotten places. Admitting that she had this kind of impact on him was scary, yes, but it also held all kinds of promises. Colin, I understand the fear. Some people feel it's better to have loved and lost than to never love at all, while others fear the loss isn't worth the love. But are your fears unfounded? What happened to Andy? Is he still a threat to you in this town? Andy is dead. We made sure of it. Colin was short in his answer, though he didn't mean to be. He was done talking about this issue. I'm hungry. His stomach grumbled loudly to prove the point. Piper smiled at him and stepped out of the comforter. She grabbed his shirt from the floor and slid it on over her head. She was curvy, but so damn short, the hem hit the middle of her thigh. It was a very appealing look on her. Looked almost as good as she did with it off. She handed him his jeans. Let's go have a snack then. Meet you in the kitchen. She turned and glided out of the bedroom. Colin watched her go, stunned. If they were going to keep chatting, he would definitely need food. He hopped into his pants and went to the kitchen. Piper stood in front of his cupboards, head tilted to the side. You eat like a child, she chided. All of this stuff has so much sugar. I'm a bear, Piper. I like sweet things. Without thinking, Colin sidled forward to stand behind her. He pushed her long red hair off her shoulder and dropped a kiss on her neck. Sweet, he whispered against her skin. Fascinated, he watched as she broke out in a shiver. If you're trying to charm me away from this conversation, think again, Grumpy Bear. She took a box of cereal and 2 bowls from the cupboard and set them on the counter. Colin stepped away from her and grabbed the milk. They sat at the small kitchen table with their post-sex snack in silence for a few minutes. Colin wanted to know what Piper was thinking. Was she reeling from the discovery that shifters existed? Or was it the mate part of it all that was causing her silence? And really, what did he think about all of this? Piper had only just waltzed back into his life, right in the middle of an already complicated situation. Between the sick shifters and disappearances, and the fact that he had become Peter's guardian, it was all a lot. "Did you grow up with Tucker and Sawyer?" Piper asked, pushing her empty cereal bowl away. Colin studied her. That definitely wasn't the question he had been expecting. "Yeah, we did. We've been friends since we were cubs. They're good guys. Tucker is set in his ways, and unless you know him, he comes across as a jerk. Sawyer is and has always been the peacemaker of the group. He's sort of the favorite around here, because he likes a good time. Nothing is ever really serious to him." "That's an interesting personality for the mayor of a supernatural town in the middle of nowhere," Piper commented with a giggle. "He levels Tucker and me. It's a good balance. We're a good team." "Even when they're pushing you to be with your mate?" She shrugged. "We're going to have to talk about it eventually. We can't pretend that I don't know." "So you believe me?" Colin wanted to kick himself for sounding so hopeful. "I mean, I want to believe you. I really do. But I want you to hear it from my perspective, okay? Don't go all bare on me. I want to leave here and find my team. And all of a sudden, I'm your mate. I find that out the same day I hear you and the others that you want to keep me here. Hang on now, I want to keep you here because it's safe." Piper held up her hand. "Right, but you are still asking me to take up a lot on faith." "I'm not asking you to take up anything," he argued. "Aren't you, though? Come on, Colin. You walked away from me all those months ago. Now I'm in your town, basically stranded, and you choose this time to tell me that we are destined to be together. You are asking me something. Whether that was your intention or not, the second you told me I was your mate, you were asking me to make a decision about us." She paced the room with her hands buried in her red hair. "And to top it off, I have spent those months since our first time beating myself up for thinking how stupid it was to think you could feel a connection to me, that I was nothing more than a one-night stand with you. And now you are telling me you ran out on me because I was your mate and you were afraid." Piper didn't let him finish his thought, and that really irked him. He clenched his hands into fists, his breath coming into short pants. "I need a little bit of time to think about all of this. It's a lot, and like I said, it's convenient." "You can leave for Point Hope in the morning. I will drive you myself." She sighed. "No, you know that I need to go to the mines, join back with my team. It's too dangerous. The disappearances aren't just some dumb humans getting lost or crossing into a national preserve to poach. We think it could be linked to some shifters who've taken ill. That's why this is so dangerous. We don't know what we're dealing with. You need to be far away from here." She narrowed her eyes. "You would send me away, causing you pain and me deep annoyance, only to protect me? You know I am a trained survivalist. I am competent, and I know what I'm doing. I found you in a snow squall. If I hadn't, you would have died." She rolled her eyes. "If this mate thing between us is ever going to work, you need to understand something. I am never going to sit back and let the man take care of a situation for me." "Oh?" He leaned onto the table. "So you think you can go against a bear or a lynx and walk away unscathed?" Her cheeks reddened. "Well, no, not quite. That's not what I meant. I've got strengths that could be of use. I'm good with strategizing, and I'm literally a pro at being out in the wilderness. I might not be able to fight off a huge animal, but I can hold my own in other ways." "Leave it up to me to have a mate who wants to be part of the fight." "Isn't that a good thing? Not that I'm saying I would stay or go. I'm just saying that if this will ever work between us, we're kind of in the perfect position right now to see how it would all play out. Colin was fuming. Are you saying you want to use the 6 shifters and the bout of disappearances as a trial period for us, to see how we would work as mates? She nodded, looking innocent and evil at the same time. It makes perfect sense. I'm a ranger, Colin. It's in my blood. Since you're one of the mayors of Winterland, I'd have to relocate here, right? You won't move to Anchorage or wherever else I would be posted. That means I need to come to Winterland. If I do that, I need to make sure I can do what I was born to do, helping people and protecting the land. It all sounded so perfect, so damned ideal. His mate didn't have any qualms about living in a secluded place. Nope. What she wanted was to be useful. She wanted to use her skills to benefit others. She basically had the ideal shifter mentality. So why was it so hard for him to accept? Why did he want her to be scared and want to stay in the community center to help out with the cook-offs and shit like that? Because your mother was a fighter too, and that got her killed. Right. That thing. It was like fate had sent him a mate that would break his already frayed heart. It shouldn't be this hard of a decision, Colin. Either we use this as a trial period, or I go at first light. You're asking me to believe a lot. All I'm asking you is to believe in me. Fuck! He roared, pushing away from the table. He paced the kitchen, running his hands through his hair. Of course she would reduce it to his faith in her. You don't play fair, he growled. I know. I don't like this. I don't want you anywhere near the 6 shifters. We have no idea what's wrong with them. I can take it. Believe in me. That simple. It's not simple. If I die what? You'll be in pain and miss me? You run that risk no matter what happens, Colin. You were okay with staying away from me. You were okay with choosing the pain as some sort of lame sacrifice. Now I'm asking you to choose the possibility that we both get what we want. It's called a compromise, and it's something people in relationships do. All the time. Better get used to it. Colin had a hard time imagining himself compromising on anything. I want to wrap you in bubble wrap and keep you in here. As kinky as that sounds, that is not who I am. She walked toward him. I don't understand this shifter stuff yet. I actually want to talk to someone who isn't a shifter about all of it, but what I do know is that you are a good man. I've missed you since you walked out. I was furious because I knew our connection was special. Now I know why I felt it so deeply. Sometimes humans do feel that pull. Well, then there you have it. I feel the pull, and I'm asking you to meet me halfway. She held out her hand and waited for him to take it. What do you say? Trial period? Colin wrapped his large fingers around hers. Yeah, fine. Trial period. She beamed at him. Good. Now that's settled, let's get to bed. There's a lot we need to do tomorrow, as soon as the sun is up. She sauntered away and into his bedroom. She settled on his side of the bed and quickly fell asleep. Colin watched over her, his mind reeling. He wasn't too sure what he'd just agreed to, but he did know he didn't like it. Not one bit. Now there was even more pressure on him. He had to protect the town, raise Peter, find the missing humans, fight and destroy the 6 shifters, and work to keep his mate in Winterland. Yep. He would need another bowl of cereal.
Chapter 14. Piper. Piper lay in Colin's bed and immediately fell asleep. Or at least she pretended to fall asleep. It wasn't that hard to do. All she had to do was keep her breathing deep and level. It was a trick she'd learned a long time ago in a junior ranger's program she took in Hawkins. Deep breathing was meant to relax your system when you were in a dangerous position. The airflow kept your mind alert instead of falling into survival mode. It worked. Colin stayed in the kitchen and proceeded to eat a couple more bowls of cereal. The man could eat like a bottomless pit. Piper took the time alone to think about everything she had learned. It was a lot easier to focus when Colin wasn't around, clouding her mind with his chocolate eyes and powerful body. She, Piper Flamia, was a polar bear shifter's mate. She wanted to call Grace and ask her to research shifters, to see if they existed. She knew they did. Colin had shifted into a bear in front of her eyes. If that part of it was true, why would he lie about them being mates? He wouldn't. Piper was stubborn, and she would definitely be asking Natalie and Madeline about it as soon as she could, but she knew the truth. She was Colin's mate. It explained why she had felt such a connection to him all those months ago. It also explained why she had such a hard time keeping her hands to herself when he was around. Their bodies and minds called out for the other. Even now, with only a small house between them, she missed him. She wanted Colin to lie beside her and hold on to her, even though she had to convince the man to give her a shot at being part of the plan to deal with the 6 shifters. To be fair, she had no idea what that meant or what she had asked to take part in. She could only hope that it wasn't as scary as it sounded. She had seen Colin shift into a bear and passed out. She was a badass, all right. Lying in the dark room, Piper stared at the ceiling and imagined what her life would be like in Winterland. She would be part of a community that was self-reliant and very close-knit. It would be like Hawkins, only smaller and closer with a sprinkling of the supernatural. And there was Colin, the man-bear who made her heart beat fast, who kissed like she was more delicious than honey, who made love to her so thoroughly she would ache for days in the best ways possible. Winterland could be the perfect place for her. It needed protection, and it was in the middle of nowhere. It was exactly the kind of land she had always dreamed of. Anchorage and its parks were nice and all, but Winterland was something else, something out of a fairy tale. If Colin did let her join in on the missions, she wouldn't have to deal with Mason and the other guys in her team. She would be one of the co-mayor's mates. It was almost as tempting as Colin Relic himself. Piper lost track of time, dreaming up a future she suddenly longed for. Off in the distance, she heard Colin creep quietly through the house to keep from waking her.
"Are you asleep, Piper?"
he whispered, coming into the bedroom. If she told him she was awake, they'd fight some more. She didn't want that. She wanted to live in the dreams and hopes that she had conjured just a little bit longer. She stayed quiet and he lay beside her. She felt his hesitation, but he soon wrapped a hand around her waist and nuzzled into her neck. He fell asleep, all wrapped up in her. His breathing was steady, and it worked to put her to sleep. She dreamed of polar bears with glowing brown eyes. She dreamed of a future in the wilderness, free to explore and defend. Winterland sure seemed like home in her dreams. The ground shook. Piper didn't know how it could be quaking so violently.
"Piper,"
a deep, lush voice whispered in her ear, sending happy and excited shivers across her body. She knew that voice. Her consciousness recognized it as a voice that was hers, in a way, tied to her very soul.
"Darlin',"
the voice drawled before a kiss brushed against her neck.
"You have to get up. If you're going to be part of all of this, you need to be at this meeting."
Piper slid back into the real world and woke with a start. She sat up in bed and looked around. She was in Colin's room, wearing his shirt while he lay there aroused, judging by his thick erection pointing directly at her. She licked her lips, suddenly wondering what it would be like to have morning sex with her so-called mate. Colin chuckled and leaped off the bed. His ass, perfectly sculpted globes, stole her attention until he left the bedroom.
"Out of bed, darlin'. We need to meet the others,"
Colin said from the bathroom.
"You'll come, of course."
"I sure will." The shower turned on, and she quickly rushed to the bathroom. "Don't take all of the hot water!" She stepped under the spray with him. The shower was small, but sharing it with a man of his size was a challenge. She could barely move without brushing against him.
"As much as it pains me to say, we don't have time for whatever it is you're thinking."
"Compromise," she reminded him. He grumbled his response. "You don't have to like it, big guy. You just have to like me enough to get through it." She kissed his cheek and gripped his cock in her hand. "We might not have time for much, but there's time for this."
"Piper,"
he groaned, grabbing her by the waist. He pinned her to the wall and kissed her. He kissed her like he hadn't seen her in years, like they hadn't slept in the same bed, like they hadn't touched through the night. She didn't relent, pumping her hand up and down his cock until he moved his hips to help her along. He came hard, spurting cum onto her hand and leg. He took her hand and washed it for her, massaging her palm, then her forearm, all the way up to her neck. "The whole town is going to know," she sighed.
"I don't care."
"I don't think I do either," she admitted.
"Then better make it count,"
he growled, picking her up off the shower floor. They were a little late to the meeting, but after the screaming orgasm he fucked out of her, Piper thought it'd be well worth the looks they'd get. As soon as Piper and Colin walked into the office at the back of the community center, 4 pairs of eyes scrutinized them. Tucker smiled wide, like a parent who had quieted a kid in the throes of a temper tantrum, while Sawyer was tickled pink. He aimed a wink and thumbs up her way. Natalie grinned at her. She was a woman who knew. She could understand what Piper was going through. The dizzying nature of a shifter relationship, and how quickly it went from, "I hate you," to, "let's be together forever." The other woman was a stranger. She had a shock of white hair, and she carried herself with dignity and strength that was commendable. The newcomer studied Piper, then Colin, and back again. She took a step toward them and placed her hands on her hips. "I'm gone for barely a few weeks, and you go and find yourself a mate?" Her laugh was warm and teasing. "I knew it would happen, but I was hoping to see it all play out." She turned toward Piper. "I'm Katya, Winterland's resident doctor, and as of late, back to my spy ways. Hi, I'm Piper Flamia. I'm a ranger in Anchorage." "And this one's mate," Katya added with a smirk. "Don't let his grouse fool you. He's nothing but a big teddy bear." Piper giggled and looked up to the massive man who was slowly attaching itself to her heart. She had seen his polar bear, and though he was a beautiful animal, she wouldn't exactly call him cuddly. Even in his human form, he was all muscle and power.
"Come on, Doc. Don't spread lies about me."
Colin was blushing up to his hairline. It was obvious to Piper that he had a great deal of respect for the white-haired spy. In truth, Piper was a little starstruck meeting a woman well into her 60s, or 70s, who was doing recon missions. Goals. Absolute goals. "Are you a shifter too?" Piper asked Katya. "Or is that not something I should be asking? Did I just basically ask you what your favorite position is?" Piper clasped her hands over her mouth. "I need to stop talking." Katya, laughing, placed her hand on Piper's shoulder. "Don't worry about it. It'll take a lot more than that to shock me, but yes, I'm an ermine shifter, a tiny little creature with white fur." She pointed to her hair. "It's the perfect animal for sneaking up on our foe."
"And?"
Tucker asked.
"What did you discover?" "You haven't gotten to that part yet?"
Colin asked. "We were waiting for you two lovebirds," Natalie teased. "But you're here now, all fresh and rosy."
"Okay."
Tucker rolled his eyes.
"As happy as I am that the plan to get you settled is working, we need to focus on other important things. What did you find out?"
Katya leaned against one of the desks and crossed her arms. "It's not good. There are about 100 shifters living in a series of caves and shacks up near Smoke Mountain." "What's that?" Piper asked. She might not know the area as well as shifters who could literally roam as animals, but if there was a mountain named that, she would know. She had studied maps of Alaska extensively her whole life, knowing she would return to her mother's native land one day. "It's not really a mountain. It's more like a series of hills, but there are deep fissures that emit some kind of noxious gas. I couldn't tell you what it is without some serious research, but it doesn't smell right."
"It smells like death,"
Colin offered darkly. Katya pointed at him in agreement. "It does. These shifters seem to have settled in a shanty town in the caves and around the fissures. I think it's making them ill. They're not in their right minds. The gases seem to have infiltrated the water source, the snow. Whatever these shifters are eating, drinking, and breathing in is making them sick.
So we go in, raise it to the ground, and be done.
Sawyer rubbed his hands together, as if it were an easy deal. Not so fast, Piper cut in. These people aren't evil. They are sick. It is our duty to protect them, give them the help they need.
Colin, please explain to your mate that we cannot reason with sick shifters.
Sawyer, who seemed the more chill of the three mayors, just lost points in Piper's eyes. He won't speak down to me. I'm a federal employee. I have to help and protect every person out there, even if their illness is making them do bad things.
Where do you draw the line, little human? Murder?
Kidnapping? Katya's addition to Sawyer's words made Piper pause. You can't be serious, she gasped. Katya nodded. I'm afraid so. They were keeping Peter prisoner after he escaped from his uncle's. Piper didn't know what to say. It was sort of a moral dilemma, one she wasn't equipped to deal with. This went way beyond her training. I'm guessing I can't ask my boss for help on this?
Not a chance, darling. The existence of shifters has to stay a secret. Can you even imagine what would happen to us if people at large found out we were real? Shifter fur would be the latest fashion,
Sawyer said with a shudder.
Enough,
Tucker snapped.
We know what is wrong with them. Now we have to figure out what they want.
He paused and stared Piper down.
Or, I guess, how to help them out.
I'm not done, Katya said. She rolled her shoulders back. Get ready, boys.
What did you find out?
Colin asked, digging into a box of donuts. It was a marvel. He had eaten almost a whole box of cereal during the night, and an omelet and smoothie before leaving his place. He tore into the pastries like he hadn't eaten anything in days. His appetite was almost frightening. This is going to be a shock. Might want to put the donut down. Colin shrugged at her before taking a massive bite. Andy Malone is up there.
No,
Sawyer gasped.
Impossible,
Tucker said, taking a step back as if Katya had struck him. Colin, who had a bite of his donut in his mouth, coughed and sputtered.
It can't be. Andy Malone is dead. We all saw him die.
Katya shook her head. I know. Gave me a shock, too, when I saw him. He seems to be the alpha of the shantytown. They all look up to him and defer to him. I want to get on this bandwagon with you all, but I think I might need a history lesson to get on the same level of outrage.
Andy Malone was part of Winterland a long time ago, in the time of our fathers, actually. He asked the town to consider him as a potential mayor. He wanted the role to be cycled through other families of the town.
Colin ripped into another donut.
No one had a problem with it,
Tucker continued for him.
So long as the family wasn't the Malones. They didn't have the best reputation in town. They were violent and a knack for instigating fights for no reason at all. They also happened to be my relatives,
Colin added with a shrug.
Andy was pissed my dad was picked instead of him.
Let me assure you all, it was definitely the best choice for all of Winterland, Katya cut in. Andy stayed in town for a little bit, but he soon left, or rather he was asked to leave. He came back a few years later with a band of miscreants. He wanted to challenge the three mayors at the time for a shot at the leadership. He was refused. We don't abide by the usual shifter rules of challenging an alpha for control. We don't work with alphas, we work with mayors. It's a different system. Andy knew this, but he didn't like the answer. He went on a rampage through town. He burned down the school and a few homes. He also attacked a few citizens. Holy crap! Piper gasped. What happened? Apparently, shifter history was way more interesting than what she had read in the shifter romance books Grace kept forcing her to read.
Well, there was a fight. In the end, that's what he wanted. He had this dumbass idea that he and his cronies could kill all of the three mayors, and then that would be it. He would take over.
Sawyer sighed as he spoke.
You don't go against three mayors. You just don't. They ripped his cronies apart, and Andy was killed.
Tucker nodded like it was a done deal. like they couldn't go back and change the facts. "I'm telling you," Katya said. "He must have survived. I saw him with my own 2 eyes. Also, the shifters called him by his name. It's him."
So what are we talking about here? Andy settled his own version of Winterland by the fissures in hopes of controlling his people with the disease? Doesn't make sense.
Colin, fueled by donuts, paced the room as he spoke.
Unless he didn't know the full impact of the gases.
"He knows," Katya argued. "We all know. That place smells wrong. Any shifter would run from it. They're not. Something has to be keeping them there."
How do we fix this?
Colin asked.
Piper is right. We can't go in and kill a whole bunch of people. We need to make sure there isn't anyone there under duress.
"I can try to devise a serum, but I'll need help. This is deep science, stuff I haven't done in a very long time." "I can help," Natalie said. "Obviously I'll help." "I'm terrible with science, but I'm good with anything to do with the wilderness. Put me on patrol. Recon, something." Colin watched Piper as she talked, and she could already hear his arguments, even though he hadn't said anything yet.
"That's great,"
Tucker said.
"You'll make a fine addition to the town if you're already willing to dive on in." "Tuck,"
Colin warned with a deep grumble.
"Look, man, she offered. My mate will help Katya." "In a lab where it's safe," Colin argued. "But with toxic gas, she's hardly in the kitchen making sandwiches,"
Tucker shot back. Sawyer jumped in on the argument, and as the 3 mayors so level-headedly tried to fix the issues, Katya, Natalie, and Piper gathered across the room with their heads bent together. "What do you need to make a serum?" Piper asked. "I'm guessing samples of some kind?" "That's right," Katya answered. "Preferably in a water source, which is difficult at this time of the year. It means using snow that's been in the region long enough to be contaminated. With the bout of storms we've been having, that'll be tough." "But simpler than trying to capture a gas," Natalie pointed out. "If you give me a rough idea of where this place is, I'll get you samples. How much do you need?" Piper was energized. A mission. She was going on a mission, not only to help Colin's town, but to help people. It was a dream come true for her. "I'll give you all of the vials you can carry. I couldn't bring anything back with me, obviously." Katya shook her head. "There are kids there, families. I don't know how Andy got them all to stay there, but it makes me nervous." "One thing at a time," Piper said. "First we get people to safety and limit exposure. Do you think we could transform the community center into a sort of shelter for the people we cure?" "That's an idea, but the first thing is for me to wrap your injured leg and secure it so you don't do more damage to it on this mission. I will even add a few pain relievers into your pack just in case." Natalie grabbed a radio. "Madeline, give the kids to your husband and get your ass down to the community center. We need your supermom powers." She laid the radio down. "If anyone can organize a makeshift shelter, it's Madeline. She's a badass like that. I have no idea how to create a serum for an infected shifter. I would need their blood to see how it affects our already changed DNA, but I can make do with just some samples. When do you think you can go?" Katya asked. "Right now, if I can." Sure, there were people out there missing, but her team was on it. They must have it under control. She had a chance to help a bunch of people that wouldn't be getting help at all because no one outside of the shifter community even knew they existed. This was important work. "I think our first hurdle," Piper sighed, "will be the mayors." "Shit," Natalie grumbled. "You're right. Tucker will be fine with me working in the lab, but Colin will be furious that you want to get samples from the fissures." "Well, tough shit for him. We might be mates, but I'm still a woman with goals. Right now, those goals are to save a whole bunch of people and get them to safety. If he can't get behind that, then maybe fate made a mistake." "Oh, honey," Katya chuckled. "Fate doesn't make mistakes. Your mates, all right. The best ones always have contentious starts, don't they, Nat?" "Hush," Natalie waved off the white-haired woman. "Lives are on the line." "Fellas," Piper shouted after blowing a whistle through her fingers. "Stop fighting. We have a plan." 3 large shifters turned to look at them. red in the face, huffing and puffing like true alpha males.
What?
Tucker snapped.
How?
Colin continued.
What have you got?
Sawyer finished, coming toward them. It was good to be useful, Piper thought. And she was needed in Winterland. Maybe this place was where she belonged after all. Chapter 15. Piper. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Piper was absolutely mesmerized. She didn't want Colin to go. She wanted him to react. To do something. Anything that showed her he was having dirty thoughts. His erection made his attraction obvious, but she wanted to know that if she dropped the towel, he would take advantage of the situation. Slowly, as if she were watching from afar, Colin lifted his hand. He grazed her nipples through the terry cloth of the towel. Her knees buckled with pleasure, and she clenched her pussy, feeling moisture from the tension building between them in the doorframe of his bathroom. His touch was soft, and entirely not enough. His strong fingers closed around the towel, and he tugged it down. It fell to the floor, pooling at her feet. Colin's jaw clenched, his eyes eating her up. Her skin burned from his look. He wanted her. Bad. Hard. Fast. She wanted it too. Are you going to do something or just stare at me all night?
You've got a mouth, darling.
Yup, I sure do.
You talk too much.
You don't touch enough. Feeling so bold and so not like herself, Piper brought her hands to her nipples. She tweaked the peaks, her eyes burning into Colin's. His breathing was staggered and shallow.
What are you doing, Piper?
I'm touching myself, Colin. What do you think I'm doing? If you won't, I will. She drew one of her hands down her stomach until she could part her folds. She was slick from just standing there, teasing Colin and touching herself. She grazed her clit and moaned. He didn't reach out for her. He just watched. It was infuriating, but she knew his control was about to snap. Hers had left her, washed down the drain. If she was going to spend the night in Colin's cabin, she might as well enjoy it. Enjoy him. Too bad if the town was full of gossips. She didn't care at that moment. She was standing naked in front of the hottest man she had ever seen, a man who could give her multiple orgasms in one go. She'd be crazy not to give in to the attraction between them.
You're playing with things you don't understand, darling.
Colin's voice was low and deep.
You don't know what you're doing.
I think, she moaned. I think I know exactly what I'm doing. I've been touching myself for a long time.
Piper.
His voice was a warning. She moaned again, putting on a bit of a show for him. Colin pushed her hands away, picked her up off the floor, and rushed to his bed. He laid her down, and before her mind could catch up, being careful of her injury, he pushed her bent legs into the bed while he dove for her pussy. He took a long swipe of her folds, not stopping at the apex. He licked up and down, but never with enough pressure or focus to give her what she needed. She gripped his hair tightly with her fingers and arched into his mouth. He was keeping her on the brink as punishment for tempting him. Colin, she pleaded. Please.
Beg some more, darling. You've been so naughty. First telling me I couldn't have you, then touching yourself like that. So naughty.
Using his fingers, he spread her folds open and blew across her sensitive skin. She squirmed, needing so much more.
You're going to plead and beg some more, until I decide if it's been enough.
You can't do that, she argued weakly. That's too mean. You're not that much of a jerk.
Darling, you've got no idea what I'm capable of.
She didn't know if he meant for the words to scare her, because they didn't. They did the exact opposite. She shivered under his touch, anticipating the release she knew was close. So damn close it made her dizzy. Colin, I just need to come. Please. Your mouth, your tongue. No. He pulled back and stood tall and proud at the foot of the bed. Not yet. I kind of hate you right now. Yup. He took his time taking off his shirt before slowly unbuckling his belt. His jeans hit the floor, and once again Piper was surprised he wasn't wearing underwear. She'd ask him about his undergarment habits later, when she wasn't glued to his bed with a desperate need to come. Colin pounced on her when she moved her hand to her pussy to give herself a bit of a release. He took her hands in his and penned them above her head. What do you think you're doing? He rasped in her ear. You're taking too long. So damn impatient, he said before closing his mouth around her nipple. He sucked hard, his teeth grazing it gently. Piper arched off the bed, offering him more of herself. He laved her other breast with the same attention while she moved beneath him, half insane with desire. She couldn't touch him. All she could do was arch her body into his. Piper wasn't one for sex games, usually, but under Colin, in his bed, with his mouth on her, he could play all the games he wanted. He would make her come soon enough, wouldn't he? He had to. Piper knew just how much he enjoyed when she lost herself to pleasure. He always groaned his appreciation for her pleasure. She just had to be patient. She could do that. She could definitely not do that. Colin knew how to touch her. He knew her body in a way that was so intimate. It was like they'd been lovers for years, not months. You're so damn beautiful when you're quiet. He was taunting her. She knew that. He blew across her wet tits, making her shiver. I'm only quiet because you're not doing anything to make me come. I'd be noisy if you were giving me what I needed. He chuckled low, the sound as erotic as his grunts. Yeah, you're in need of something, aren't you, darling? She nodded. You know what I want. Colin eased down her body until he could place a kiss on her hips. Just a bit lower, and he was right there. He took his time, but when his lips finally closed around her clit, Piper screamed with joy. His tongue circled around as he sucked hard. As much as he had teased seconds before, he was relentless. Colin was quick to build her orgasm. The waves of it started deep inside her, right where his tongue was, and traveled quickly through her veins. Piper panted, and finally gasped out a perfect shout of pleasure when the release broke over her. She repeated his name over and over. He didn't stop lapping at her juices and tonguing her clit through her orgasm. When she quieted, ebbing away on a wave of pleasure, she thought Colin would stop and pull away. He didn't. He continued his machinations against her clit, but he slowly eased 2 fingers in her pussy. He pumped in and out of her, accelerating his rhythm as his tongue slowed. All Piper could do was lay there and let another orgasm begin in her core. He wrung another series of waves through her before lying on top of her. His hair was a mess, sweat glistening on his handsome face. You're cocky as hell, Colin Relic. 1 wasn't enough. You had to go for 2. He chuckled, nuzzling her breasts. You were quiet. It was nice. Figured I'd keep going to keep the peace for another little while. Piper gently pushed his shoulder. You're so full of it. I think you made me come a second time because you enjoy it. He shrugged, circling a nipple with his tongue. What's not to enjoy? I've got my mate in my bed, wet and willing and so rarely quiet. Piper laughed, and if she wasn't so caught up in the orgasmic blush, she would have asked him what mate meant. She thought it was synonymous with spouse, but now she wasn't so sure. It sounded more like a sexual partner, especially in this context. I'm not that talkative. You just infuriate me. Right back at you, darling. We're so fucked. Colin laughed. Not quite. Not yet. Using his strength and agile body, he grabbed her and moved them until he was on his back with Piper straddling him. We can be fucked anytime you choose, darling. It's up to you. His erection was right there, weeping with a quiet plea. Piper reached down and spread the moisture around the large, swollen head. Colin hissed out a breath, but he didn't move, letting her control the moment. It was nice to know he could take control and relinquish it. Piper felt powerful, and so completely wanton. It wasn't something she typically felt in bed, but Colin pulled it out of her. "We sort of need protection before I hop on." Colin licked his lips. "You on the pill?" "Hell no, I'd forget to take it. I have an IUD, much more reliable for missions in the wilderness." "I'm clean, so if you are, then we really don't need a condom." Piper considered this for a second. She looked down into his chocolate-brown eyes. She trusted him. It was odd. She hated him a little bit for being so maddening, but she did trust him. What would it be to slip in his rigid cock, bare inside of her? She'd never had sex without a condom, and she was curious. Very curious. Especially because the man under her was Colin. "You swear you're clean?" Colin sobered. "I would never put you in any danger, darling. Never. If you don't want to go further, I totally understand. We'll go to bed, and next time I'll make sure to stock up on all the condoms." Next time? So there was to be a next time now. They had already fucked twice, but it always had the very real undertones of a one-night stand or a one-time deal. Now he was talking like it was a given that they'd be together again. Piper liked the idea of being with Colin. He was annoying, and he always knew just what to say to piss her off. But he was also sweet and considerate. He wasn't selfish, and by all accounts, from what she had seen and heard in Winterland, he was a good man. She believed him when he said he would never do anything to hurt her. Piper bit down on her lower lip as she closed her hand around his rigid length. She drew up and down, looking down into his eyes. "I really want you right now," she admitted. "I'm right there with you." She swallowed and took a deep breath before easing herself down onto his erection. He was a big man, not just long, but expansive. His dick spread her wide and went deep. When she bottomed out, she rolled her hips. The sensation made her toes curl. Colin gripped her hips hard, groaning with pleasure. "You feel so damn good. Too good. Move for me. I want to watch you." Piper obeyed, moving her hips again in a circular motion before easing up and back down again. It was hard to stay in control of her movements on top when he had turned her legs to jelly with his oral skills. Reading her mind, he flipped. Piper was on her back, Colin spearing her wide open with his cock as he pumped in and out of her. His pace was just right. Not too fast, just slow enough to draw out the moment between them. He gripped her breasts, running his thumbs over the nubs, pinching. Piper arched into the touch and clenched her pussy hard. Colin moaned his appreciation. "You're so tight, so damn wonderful." He leaned down to capture her mouth in a kiss that stole the breath from her lungs. He continued thrusting into her, his tongue exploring her mouth with gusto. He was everywhere, and it was a moment she never wanted to end. She dug her hands in his back, wanting to leave her mark again to replace the ones that had surely faded since earlier that day. Colin's pace increased, his movements made to drive her to the very brink of madness before she exploded into the most powerful orgasm she had ever had. Her pussy clenched his cock, milking as she rode the waves of pleasure. Colin said things to her, beautiful and wonderful things, but she couldn't hear anything but his heart, his desire for her. He roared her name to the ceiling, his entire body tensing as he came deep and hard, filling her so completely. For long seconds, he was still. He didn't move, staying deep inside her, even as his cock began to soften. They stared at each other while their breathing settled, while they rejoined reality. Colin kissed her forehead, then her neck. "Darling, you're going to ruin me if we keep this up." He lay beside her, bringing her into his side in a tight embrace. She laughed softly, pressing her hand against his heart. "Right back at you there. That was—" "Yeah." I've got to admit, I've never had sex like this. Colin was immobile, and he held his breath. She pushed up to look down at his face. What? She teased. You always have explosive sex? She meant her words to be playful, but his face was so serious, so sober, it made her heart lurch with confusion. I really didn't want to tell you this, Piper. He sat up and dropped his head in his hands before dropping his face in his palms. Holy shit, what could it be? I mean, you're not married since the entire town is out to get us hooked up, so what the hell could have you reacting like this? Feeling too naked for this conversation, she pulled the comforter to cover up her body. No, I'm definitely not married. He blew a breath. It's like this. Winterland is not like other towns. Yeah, I gathered that, thanks, she snapped. Get to the point. Why are you ruining this moment? She wanted to ask. Right, but it's not different for the reasons you think. We stay out this far from society to be our true selves all the time. Piper remained quiet. This was really starting to scare her, and she was a ranger. Very little actually scared her. We're a town of shifters. She blinked at him, not understanding. Most of the town folk are shifters, people who can transform into animals. Piper burst out in gut-clenching laughter. She laughed so hard, tears leaked out of her eyes. If you want to blow me off, this is hardly the way to do it. I'm going to get a mental health team up here to check on you. Colin shook his head, and he placed his large hand in her lap. Watch. Skeptical, and knowing the man who had just given her the best sex of her life had lost his damn mind, she looked down at his hand. Only, instead of seeing his large, smooth palm, there was a massive white paw tipped with the longest, most vicious claws she had ever seen. Those things were a weapon, and could probably eviscerate a human in 2 seconds flat. She blinked at the paw, and noticed that it was actually attached to Colin's arm. She touched the coarse white fur, following a line through to the break of it where his skin was smooth and so very human. What the, did you drug me? Were there drugs in the chili? Colin shook his head, his eyes darkening. In front of her very eyes, the paw transformed itself back into his hand. The fur seemed to melt into his skin while the claws retreated back to regular male fingernails. Seeing the transformation didn't help. Bile climbed up her throat. Colin was watching her, incredulous and angry. How dare you say I would ever drug you? This is real, Piper. This is very real. I'll go out back and shift into my full polar bear shape right now. Settle down, she snapped. Let a woman wrap her mind around the fact she just had a shifter come deep inside of her bare vagina. Colin's shoulders deflated, but he nodded. I know this is a lot, but it's not the only thing I have to tell you. Actually, that was only part of it. She threw her hands up in the air. Well, fuck. What more could there be? Let me guess. She tapped her temple. I'm already pregnant. You're actually an alien with a spaceship parked out back. Piper. He growled with a warning. You heard Natalie talk about mates, right? Not just her, Madeline too. The whole town talks about mates. Is that a shifter thing? She laughed it off, thinking herself pretty hilarious. Damn, she should write a novel about this. Grace could help her. She knew all about this kind of strange stuff. You're right. Mates are a shifter thing. Shifters mate for life. The animal inside of our head has the perfect ability to spot our mate, the person we are meant to spend our lives with. It's an unbreakable bond. Only death can break it. Sounds like marriage vows. Again, you're pretty bang on, but mating is more serious than a typical human marriage. Piper nodded like she wasn't naked with a man who could transform into a fucking polar bear. With her luck, she was dead, still lying under her snowmobile out in the wilderness. She died and imagined everything about Colin saving her, bringing her to his town, their amazing sex. Funny how her dying brain had conjured him. Probably because she was a little bit infatuated with him. It sort of made sense. She hadn't stopped thinking about him since the first night they shared together. When she told Colin her theory, his sigh shook the bed.
Piper, you're not lying dead in the storm. I am a shifter.
A very naked Colin hopped off of the bed and made his way through the house. He opened the back door in the kitchen and stood in the windy and snowy backyard. Wrapped in the comforter, Piper raced after him. Before her very eyes, Colin, the most perfect male specimen to ever live, changed into a polar bear, a white bear as tall as the house. Piper nodded, said, "Okay then," and the whole world went black. Chapter 16. Piper. Colin was pissed. Not just a little mad. Nope. He was in a full panic. Piper didn't know whether to find it cute or annoying. It changed from one second to the other, honestly. On the one hand, it meant he cared about her, and on the other, he was being overly protective. It was nice that he wanted her to be safe, but Piper was capable. Maybe both of their egos were in the way. Maybe she had to compromise and admit that what they were doing was dangerous, all without appearing weak. A tall order, but she had Piper Law on her side. Push and work until it got done.
You can't just come into town and change everything because it pleases you,
he growled. I am not changing anything. And stop pretending I came up with this plan alone. Natalie, a very qualified nurse, was there, and so was Katya, who is not only a medical doctor but also a spy. We have a plan. It's a good plan. She playfully poked him in the chest, the smile curling at her lips. You're just mad you and the other mares didn't think of it first. You know, Colin, if you three spent less time locked in a pissing contest, you might get more done. She was egging him on purposefully. He would get too mad to form a logical thought, and then she would distract him with a kiss. After, when he was as complacent as a bear eating out of a honeycomb, she would tell him the other part of the plan. Piper Law was a little bit devious, but Colin was nuts if he thought that the plan involved Piper going to the shantytown alone. She believed in her abilities. She did not have a death wish. He was coming with her. He had to. She needed shifter backup, and who better to go with than her mate and one of Winterland's mares? She was letting him throw a temper tantrum, because then he would be more amenable to her going off to retrieve the samples. This was a compromise, wasn't it? He just had to let out some steam first. Piper led him into the living room back at his home and nudged him onto the couch. He fell back, but tugged her down with him.
Why does it feel like you're about to give me bad news?
Piper giggled, amused that she was way more transparent than she thought. It's not bad news. She explained the rest of the plan, watching her mate's features carefully. He softened, his muscles relaxing into the couch.
You do know that this plan of yours, as good as it is, could be done by one person. I can go alone, he argued.
You can? Oh, why didn't I think of that? She tapped her chin. Oh, right, because Katya wanted to retrieve samples when she was there, but she was in her ermine form. An animal can't carry vials. You have those huge claws. How will you handle fragile scientific equipment? She waited for his answer, but she knew there wouldn't be one. She was right. He knew it, and she saw the second that her plan made sense to him. He blew out a breath and ran his hair back a few times. He stood to resume his pacing, nearly wearing a hole in his living room floor.
This is dangerous. I don't like putting you in danger, Piper.
It's not dangerous, Colin. I am going to be with you, and I have a weapon. More than that, I'm not some little flower going off to play at a game I don't understand. I've repeated this 20,000 times in the last hour. I have training. If anyone can do this, it's me.
I don't want to lose you to this dumbass plan.
It's not dumb, and you know it. Stop being overprotective. You know we need to help these people. It's the right thing to do. Colin looked away, his shoulders tensed, the muscles so bunched up she was scared he would pull something. He was relaxed just a second ago. Yikes. He really didn't like thinking of her in the thick of the action. Piper gripped his hand and looked deep into his eyes. I know you think I'll get myself killed, But we are not your parents. We have our own destiny. What can I do to make you feel more comfortable with this plan?
I don't know,
he answered, turning back toward her. He placed his hands on her hips and dropped a kiss to her lips.
Don't die.
Piper chuckled softly. Well, that is sort of the idea. I'm taking a polar bear and a gun with me. I'll be fine.
We should do something before all of this goes down.
Oh? What's that?
I should mate you.
She pulled away from him. What do you mean, mate me? Aren't we already mates? He shook his head and explained the intricacies of the shifter relationship to their mate. All of it. The sex, the bite, the way it would link them forever, more than any ring or vows could. She hugged him close, mulling over the dizzying information. Is there any other thing I should know about shifters? I'd rather know it all now instead of being blindsided by nuggets here and there.
Well, when we have children, they will be shifters. Polar bears because you're not a shifter. If you were, there would be a toss-up between both types of animals.
Children? She blinked at him, pulling away. We're having children?
One day.
If Colin was protective of her right now, what would he be like when she was pregnant? What would he be like as a father? It was all too much to think about when there were people in danger. We can discuss kids later when we aren't in the middle of something. Now, back to this whole mating thing. I'm sorry, but no. He stiffened even more, ready to snap like a twig. He continued his pacing from the kitchen to the living room and back over again. It's not happening like this. Not right now. Piper went to him, hindering his lapse of the kitchen. Colin took her by the hips, lifted her up off the floor, and sat her on the counter.
Why not?
Because it sounds like it is an important moment. When it happens, I want it to be a meaningful experience that we do for us, not because we are riding into battle.
Seems like a good idea to me.
Nope. When we become mates, we should do it when we have days of freedom and peace ahead. That way we can really sink into our celebration. She gave him a coy smile. Colin brushed his lips against hers.
I do like that.
I'm brilliant. You should listen to me more often. He threw his head back with a deep belly laugh.
What have I gotten myself into?
A lifelong relationship with a pain in the ass who won't let you grump your way into everything. She cupped his face in her hands. You need to trust that I can do this. I'll be your mate, which means I'll be at the very least partially responsible for the town and its people. I take that seriously.
I suppose that's more than I could ever want in a mate. I just have to get used to the idea.
He broke off. Get used to the idea that you're not going to be calling the shots alone anymore? She offered. He grumbled low.
Something like that.
So does this mean we can finally go to Katya's office to grab the vials and be on our way? The storm has passed, and Natalie radioed Burl. The radar is clear enough. There are some heavy clouds to the northeast, but we should have time to go and be back before any major snowfall. Colin held her close.
The sooner we go and deal with this, the quicker we'll be back here.
Great! Piper pecked his lips. A few minutes later, she was layered up, wearing long johns under her long johns, and 1,000 heavy layers of clothing to keep her body warm. At Katya's office, the good doctor handed them a small, insulated medical bag with 6 empty vials. Katya also gave Colin a small piece of paper, on which she'd drawn a rudimentary map of the shantytown's location. He tucked it into his jacket pocket, and the pair of shifters went back and forth on the best route to take to get there. Katya's recollection was clear, but she'd also been a small animal for the journey. They would be taking the same path, but the majority of it would be done on a snowmobile. They were taking only one, in case the other machines were needed here. There was also a practical aspect to it. If Colin had to stay in bear shape for the way back, at least they wouldn't lose a snowmobile. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, she said to Colin as she got on the back of his snowmobile, is to retrieve samples. His laughter was low and half-hearted.
I accept, darling. Now let's get this done.
Piper held on to his waist, comforted with the thought that she was doing something important, worthwhile, with a man who made her heart beat faster. Even during this strange and stressful time, she felt complete, like she had found her place in the world. After a few hours on the back of the snowmobile, way outside of the boundaries of Winterland, Piper began to understand why they called the wildlands wild. It was nothing but a whole universe of snow. The horizon went on forever in shades of white and sparkling snow, with peaks of hills and mountains and deep, sharp dives down the side of cliffs. It was beautiful. The beauty of it was breathtaking, but there was a danger out there. It would be all too easy to get lost or to fall. Now that she could see the expansive Alaskan wilderness in the light of day, she understood why Colin had panicked when he saw her lying on the ground, pinned down by her snowmobile. She very well could have died. It was a scary thought, and she clung to Colin with more force. His gloved hand gripped her arm.
"You okay?"
he shouted over the machine's whir. "Yeah," she answered, her word nearly flying off in the frigid wind.
"The last cabin is right over that ridge. We'll have to park the machine there and go the rest of the way on foot. We can stay to warm up a bit if you need to."
"I can be warm when this is all over." Colin nodded. Even though his face was covered with his helmet, Piper could feel his argument. He wanted her to go into the cabin for a few minutes to rest. She didn't need it. She could keep up. Okay, barely. Her leg was sore as hell, but it wasn't going to cause her to fail the people of Winterland and Colin. Piper repeated that an hour or so later, while they trekked on foot. The adrenaline of the unknown was causing her to not feel any pain in her leg. Or maybe it was because her leg was frozen. Either way, she could live with it. Colin had shifted into his bear, leaving his clothes and snow gear at the cabin. It made the most sense, strategically speaking. If he shifted while dressed, the gear would have been destroyed. Better to keep it at the cabin and hope they wouldn't be needed. They must have made quite the sight. A woman and a polar bear, walking side by side in the desert snowbanks of Alaska. Slowly, the cold seeped into her gear, but Piper ignored it. This was for the people of Winterland, for the people who were sick and living under Andy Malone's thumb. She could take a little cold. Okay, a lot of cold. It would all be worth it when they managed to heal the shifters. A series of hills began to take shape on the horizon. Thick plumes of smoke curled at the dips of the mountains. They were close. Soon they'd have what they needed, and the first part of the plan would be completed. Piper's heart thumped hard in her chest. Nervous sweat broke out over her body, making her shiver. Colin's bear nudged her with his large head, but she smiled at him. "I'm fine," she assured him, right before a terrified scream ripped from her lungs.
Chapter 17. Colin. Someone was watching them. Colin could feel their eyes on him. He took a sidestep closer to Piper, not wanting to alarm her. He stood tall on his hind paws, making himself as large as he could. That's when he saw three shapes coming toward them at warped speeds. Shifters. Only creatures like him could run that fast. He nudged Piper, hoping to warn her, but she smiled at him. The oncoming shifters were too far for her to see with her human eyes. "I'm fine," she said, not knowing the danger they were in. Colin gripped her leg and flattened her on the ground. There were only a few sounds that would terrify a shifter. The horrible scream of a mate was one of those. Colin's ears nearly broke from hearing her fear and confusion. If he had a voice as a shifter, he would have explained why he had to tug her down. His fur, white as their surroundings, was the perfect camouflage. Piper's clothing was a dead giveaway that a human was walking around the wildlands. Andy Malone's people would either guess their purpose or attack to drag more kidnapping victims to their leader. He turned, his eyes scanning the blinding whiteness of their surroundings. His senses were on high alert. He spotted the mouth of a cave to the left, but tendrils of smoke emanated from the opening. Piper couldn't hide in there. Not when they didn't yet know what the gas was and how it would affect a human. If it made shifters ill, there was no telling what it would do to a fragile, vulnerable human. Colin didn't have time to be furious with himself for allowing this plan to happen. He had let himself be convinced, and where had that led them? Right to this moment, where a handful of sick shifters were barreling toward them. He had to make a split-second decision, knowing there were no guarantees. If he took off to meet the shifters head-on to keep them away from Piper, she would be alone and defenseless. But if he waited for them to come to them, Piper would be close to the fighting. Too close. Piper raged at him from the ground, but he growled and pointed a paw toward the threat. He let out a series of huffs and groans in hopes that she would understand him. "We've been spotted," she gasped. "Shit." She took her radio from one of her many pockets. "We've got company here. We were seen." As she spoke, she pulled out her gun. Colin was impressed that she could do all of that with gloves, all the while remaining relatively calm. If he wasn't so damn terrified, he'd be even more impressed. "We can see the caves. They probably had sentries watching their lands." "They didn't when I was there," Katya said through the static of the radio. "We're really far away. We can't get to you for backup." "I know," was Piper's response. "We will try to fight them off just long enough to get the samples." "Fuck the samples," Katya snapped. "Get out of there. You are outnumbered, and you have no backup." Colin agreed. This was a fool's errand. They had to get back to the cabin. Piper could get on the sleigh and ride like hell back to Winterland. Colin could stay in his bear form, no problem. "If we don't help these people, no one else will." "Do not be a hero, Piper," Katya roared at her. "We will find another way." "People are sick," Natalie's voice came over the radio. Sawyer spoke over her. "You humans are silly. Do you not understand how fragile you are?" Piper rolled her eyes. "We are not as fragile as you think we are. Besides, we are right here. If we back off now, they will double security. It will only get harder to get them help. Trust me, I got this." Piper tucked the radio back into her pocket and gripped her gun. She smiled at Colin. "Cover me, handsome. I'm going in." Colin swiped at her, trying to get her to stay still, but she dodged him and bolted for the small cave in the distance. She was running right toward the sick shifters. It left him no choice. He had to go fight the shifters to give Piper time to get the samples. If they survived this, he would tie her to the bed for at least a week for putting herself in danger like this. Despite her heavy layers of gear, Piper ran pretty fast for a human. He tried to keep an eye out for her as their paths diverged from each other. Piper slid into the cave, her hands already fumbling with the medical bag. Colin would have to trust that she could handle herself. He had 3 shifters to fight. 2 brown bears and a lynx. He didn't need to have a conversation with the brown bears to know they were Peter's uncles. He knew down to his soul that these assholes were bad. This was his chance to make things right for his little brother. A surge of adrenaline, fueled by bloody revenge, buzzed in his ears. He pushed his body to the brink, going faster than he had thought possible. His foes zeroed in on him. They must not fight together often. Their strategy was way off. He could see the holes in their plan of attack. It was simple enough. They didn't have one. These shifters were all about brute force and hammering their way through obstacles. That wasn't his way. He was a few feet away, and he knew which animal he would strike at first. He could even guess which bear would swipe at him first. With his outstretched arm tipped with his sharp claws, he swiped at the lynx's face when the animal launched itself at him, just like he had expected. His blow landed, scratching long gouges into the animal's face. One of the bears kicked at his leg, but he was ready for it, moving out of the way with seconds to spare. He pushed back against the second bear, his claws digging into the beast's shoulder. The blow wasn't as hard or deep as he had wanted it to be, but it was something. The lynx latched onto his back, teeth digging into his neck. With a roar, Colin reached back to free himself. His mistake was immediately obvious when one of the bears swiped at his exposed underbelly. The gash was painful, gushing hot red blood on the snow. Colin threw himself back, landing on the lynx. The big cat hissed when something cracked. If it was a leg, that was one less shifter to worry about. Colin wasted no time, scrambling to his feet to take another swing at one of the brown bears. It was a mess of fur. Colin juggled two enemies while they tried to best him. Blood and blows flew hard and fast. Blood matted the fur by his snout, but he pushed on. There was comfort in knowing that Piper was in the cave, relatively safe and away from the fight. He landed a hard hit against one of the bear's heads. The animal had its bell rung and fell with a soft thump into the snow. The lynx hadn't moved, licking a broken front paw with soft cries of pain. Colin could focus all of his remaining energy on the remaining bear. He launched at him, aiming for the animal's middle. It was a very human move, but it was just the distraction that he needed. He pinned the beast down, claws digging into its shoulders. The bear roared and fought hard. Colin wouldn't stop until the bear stopped thrashing. Knowing it was the end, the bear shifted into its human shape. The man was in his 40s. His human skin was marred with wounds from the fight. He laughed up at Colin's effort, spurting blood. "You think you're better 'cause you're a polar bear and a relic, because you live in that fancy town safe from the humans." He laughed again. "Andy will take over and destroy what you built, you know. He won't stop until he's the king of Winterland. You see, we knew you'd still be all torn up about your mommy and would want to protect the boy, unlike how your daddy protected your mama. So we held him and made his life such hell we knew he would be willing to risk escaping. The only thing we had to do after that was make sure he knew where to run. Once you saw how broken he was, you would need to prove you are a man, the kind of man to be a leader of that punk-ass town, and would come seeking revenge. The only problem is you can't get revenge when Andy is one step ahead of you with every move. We knew you'd come to us, given the proper incentive. Andy will pick you off one by one." Colin growled, opening his jowls as wide as he could. The man chuckled, the sound wet. "Why do you think he's gathered all of us here? Because we'll take over. We won't hide any more. We'll take control of all the land, and Andy will rule over it all. He's stronger, don't you see? He doesn't need anyone to help him rule, not like you and your buddies." The man had one final trick. He shifted only his hand. The sharp bear claws aimed for Colin's head sent him sprawling back. He quickly recovered, but the man had taken up his full bear form and lunged for Colin. But he was ready, and done with the fight. This was new information that changed everything. The people in Andy's camp might very well have chosen to be there. They could all be assembled in hatred of Winterland. That put everything under a new light. Colin wanted to keep the bear alive to get more information, but that would never happen. The bear would go down fighting, that was obvious. Colin delivered a death blow, and didn't even watch his foe go down. He aimed another hard hit at the other bear. The lynx could remain, injured as it was. Besides, Colin had a message for Andy. He pulled himself through the shift and leaned over the lynx. "You tell Andy Malone that he can bring it. We're ready for him." Colin ran toward the cave without another backward glance, shifting into his bear as he went along. He had to collect Piper and get the hell out of there, back to the safety of Winterland.
Chapter 18. Piper. It was the weirdest optical illusion Piper had ever seen. From afar, the mouth of the cave had looked big and gaping, but as she slid into it, she found out it was much smaller. It was like a mouth, swallowing her into a foul new atmosphere, where the very air burned like acid. Inside the cave, the gas wasn't as visible, the air heated by whatever was causing the noxious substance. Piper knew she had to get water. It was the best way to make sure she got what Katya needed to make an antidote for the sick shifters. That meant crawling deeper into the cave. For the first time since setting off on this mission, Piper was scared. Actually, scratch that. Scared wasn't enough. She was shaking, terrified of the dark enclosed space. Out there in the wildlands, the air was clear and crisp. She could see for miles around, but in here, her vision was hindered. She couldn't see what was in front of her, and she couldn't tell if something was creeping up on her. Every fiber of her being shouted at her to get the hell out, to get back to the safety of the open air. With her scarf over her face to limit the amount of gas she was taking in, she pushed forward. She had to. It was her duty as a human to help those who needed it. The first step to deliver the 6 shifters was this: accumulating the samples. "You're an idiot for taking this on." She banished the voice of doubt. She had made her choice. She was here, and there was no backing out. Fear couldn't matter. She wasn't Piper Flamia, woman and park ranger. She was a piece of a bigger puzzle. She was part of something so much larger than herself. Swallowing her fear, she pushed on, going deeper into the cave's narrowing passage. It was so cramped. Colin would never be able to come to get her in here. It was up to her. No help would come. Not for a long while, anyway. Piper continued crawling, the rocky cave scratching and cutting through her gear. The tiny tears in the material always made her shiver. It cut up at her protective layer between her body, and the gas, the reality of the moment, and her fear. "You got this, Piper." She moved, an inch at a time, unsure she would even find a decent spot to collect a sample. Long minutes passed. At least Piper thought it was minutes. It was impossible to tell how much time was actually going by in the dark. Finally, when she found a break in the stone, she stopped to think. She could sit on her haunches here and stretch out a bit. If she kept going, there was no telling if she would have enough space to turn around. This was as deep as she could go without getting herself trapped in an impossible situation. The air was thick with the gas, making her throat hurt and her stomach roll. Surely if she took some of the soil packed with moisture, it would be enough for Katya to get a sample. She could also grab some of the snow at the mouth of the cave and hope it was enough. If it wasn't, she would think of something else. Something that didn't involve crawling through an uncharted cave alone and without knowing where it was heading. With her teeth, Piper pulled off her gloves. She opened the medical bag to remove the vials. Methodically, she scraped different parts of the ground to get the soil in. She filled 3 of the vials to the brim. The 4th she put against the rock where beads of moisture leaked down the cave wall. The water was murky and cloudy, and there was very little of it. When the rounded bottom of the vial was filled, she put on the stopper. It was the best she could do. She tucked the vials back into their protective case and crawled back toward the entrance of the cave. Piper wanted to keep going toward the sun, but she forced herself to stop as soon as she spotted snow blown into the cave by harsh winds. It had to be saturated with the gas. Oh, if only she knew more about science. She would be really disappointed if this turned out to be for nothing. She scooped snow into the vials before carefully placing it with the others. It was a victory, but a very small one. It was anticlimactic, probably because she wasn't sure if the samples would be good enough for Katya. Piper continued crawling until she was finally spit out of the cave and into the fresh air. She lay in the snow, her face uncovered by her scarf, taking deep breaths full of clean Alaskan air.
"Piper?"
A very naked Colin was walking toward her with a dark look on his face. He was coated with blood and injuries. Her heart lurched. "Are you okay?" She wanted to run her hands down his body, but she hesitated, not wanting to hurt him more than was necessary. Those injuries were her fault. She had insisted on this plan. Please let this work.
"I'm going to heal in no time at all. You should see the other guys. We need to go, Piper. There's new information, and we need to make sure Winterland is safe."
"What? What's happened?" Colin quickly explained to her what the brown bear had shared during their fight. She was happy she hadn't been there to witness the bloodshed. Just hearing she had put Colin in danger made her sick to her stomach. Piper grabbed her radio and tried to get in touch with Winterland. Nothing but static. "Do you think we're too far? We should warn them in case more shifters head there." Colin nodded, pensive.
"We should be able to get a signal, but maybe the coming storm is seriously messing with the signal. We have to get back really quick."
Piper lifted herself up to her toes and cupped his cheek in her hand. I'm so sorry. I didn't think they would be waiting for us.
From the intel we had, we couldn't have known. You got the samples. We have good information. We're more prepared to face this threat than we were before. Now we need to run. You're going for a polar ride.
A what now? Colin reached for the medical bag and threw it over her shoulder, securing the strap.
I'm going to shift into my bear and you're going to hop on my back. We're going to run like hell to the cabin. You'll have to hold on to my fur. It won't be pleasant, but it'll be a hell of a lot faster than walking. Think you can do it? Your arms are in for a serious workout.
Let's do it. She rubbed her hands together before putting her gloves back on. Colin shifted into his large bear and helped her settle on his back. It took an embarrassingly long time to get up and stay up, but when she grabbed a fistful of his fur, she stayed in place. I don't want to hurt you if I pull too hard. Colin growled his answer, telling her it didn't hurt. She didn't believe him, but she'd make up for it with kisses later. In theory, a polar bear sounded like something out of a fantasy novel. Grace would have loved it, but only because it was an impossibility in the non-shifter world. The reality of a polar bear ride was that it was hard to stay astride such a large animal. Piper was jostled about. By the time they got back to the cabin, her fingers were bent and kinked into the weirdest shape. She smoothed them down her legs, knowing they would be gripping the handles of her snowmobile for a few hours. Her injured leg was beginning to throb after the bumpy bear ride, so she grabbed a couple of pain relievers Natalie had packed and slipped them into her mouth before they took off for the town. Colin ran beside her, keeping up with the breakneck speed of her machine. The closer they got to Winterland, the better she felt. They would be safe soon. They would be able to give the other mares all of the information. They would be able to fortify the town while Katya worked on a serum. But it would all be okay. Everything would be just fine. Everything, as it turned out, would not be fine. As soon as they rode in Winterland, Piper knew something was wrong. She could feel it in her bones. The air was strange, and it had nothing to do with the dark winter storm brewing in the distance. They made their way to the community center. The front of the building was crowded with snowmobiles, and even with her human ears, Piper could tell there was a disturbance in the building. While she parked her snowmobile and took off her helmet, Colin shifted into his human form and quickly put on jeans and a sweater from his pack. Madeline was busy setting up cots inside the community center, helped by her kids, Peter, and a few other townspeople. Others were gathered in small groups, but Piper couldn't decipher what they were talking about.
There you two are!
Sawyer rushed toward them, coming out of the back office.
We've got a problem. What's happened?
Colin asked, leading Piper in the office. Katya was there with Tucker and Natalie. The air was tense. The radio towers from the mines to Point Hope and all through the wildlands have been destroyed. Katya blanched as she spoke, as if a fresh new wave of shock rolled through her.
But that's our only form of communication,
Colin growled.
Yeah, that's why we're freaking out, Tucker snapped. Sawyer went out and saw the damage. I figured all of them have been knocked off. It's the only explanation,
Sawyer explained.
We have so many as backups, but none are working. That tells me something else is at play here. Andy Malone,
Colin said before launching into a detailed explanation of what he had learned. Well, Katya sighed. This changes things a bit. We need the serum because those shifters are still sick. They might not want to shelter in Winterland when they're better, not if they chose to follow Andy Malone. He might have promised them a safe haven like Winterland, but the noxious gas trapped them into madness. Natalie looked horrified with the thought. That's evil genius-level deviance, Piper commented.
It is,
Tucker mumbled before rolling his shoulders back.
But let's not panic.
How can we not panic? Natalie's voice broke.
No, Tucker is right, Colin said. We thought we had all of these innocent sick people to save. Now we know they are on Andy's side for their own reasons. We have no way of knowing if the people going missing were humans. We assumed they were, They could have all been shifters on their way to Andy. That is so fucked, Sawyer growled. So fucking fucked.
If we could get in touch with my team, we would know more about the missing humans, or whatever you want to call them, Piper said. As soon as the radios are back up, we'll know more. In the meantime, we'll make the serum. As soon as we can, we'll give it to all of the 6 shifters. If they still want to follow Andy's attack on Winterland after that, then we'll know how many enemies we really have. We won't fight shifters in the thrall of poison, being led by a fanatical madman. I agree, Katia commented, taking the medical bag from Piper. You guys figure out how to deliver the serum and how to get the towers back. I have my task. Natalie and I have work to do.
Good.
Sawyer ran a hand through his hair.
I'll head off to Point Hope and fix our towers as I go along. While I'm up there, I'll let Burl know what's going on. I'll have him set alerts for the mines, too. I'll get a message to your team, Piper. Tell them that you're safe.
They'll need more information, she argued.
Don't worry about that, Sawyer assured her. I've got my connections in the federal park system. Josiah Ryerson is a shifter.
He is not, Piper gasped, thinking about the closest ally she had on her team.
Yeah, he is. Do you really think we would leave everything up to fate? Nope. He's going to take over for your boss soon enough. It'll eliminate a lot of our communication issues.
Well, shit. I can't even say I'm surprised. He is so big.
Anyway,
Colin snapped, seemingly jealous of her talking about another man's size. Damn shifters and their fragile egos.
We'll stay here, Tucker and I. Start preparing the town for an attack. We'll send some of our people to Anchorage for supplies right away. With the storm coming in, we'll be fine for a while. It'll insulate us from Andy while we get ready for him.
Colin looked around the room.
We'll be fine. All of this will be over soon enough. We all have our parts to play. Let's get this done. Nothing can rip this town apart. No matter what they throw at us, we will win. For Winterland. For Winterland. For Winterland.
For Winterland. For Winterland. For Winterland, the others repeated. Each person in the room meant it. They would defend Winterland with everything they had. The town might be in a tight spot, but Andy Malone would never win. Not with the 3 co-mayors at the helm, supported by a spy-turned-doctor, a badass nurse, and a strong-as-steel ranger. Winterland would last. The love that made the town operate assured that. Winterland would always endure, just like the surrounding mountains.
Chapter 19. Colin. It was so hard to believe that so little time had passed. It had only been 2 days since Colin had walked into Dusty's diner, running into the mate he was so set on keeping away from. Now, though, Colin couldn't imagine his life without her. He couldn't even imagine Winterland without her. She had joined the town's ranks seamlessly, doing her part to fight and participate in the daily tasks that made Winterland work. Piper Flamia had fought alongside him. She had made tough decisions and hard calls. She had seen bloodshed, and shed some, too. She hadn't died. She hadn't crumbled. She crawled through a deadly cave for Winterland and 6 strangers. In fact, Piper was so damn strong, Colin knew fate had sent him a mate, yes, but also an equal partner. Someone who would understand the intricacies of ruling Winterland without shying away from the challenges. She dove headfirst into it with that bright, loving heart of hers. Colin knew that the threat would soon be under control. Winterland would find peace, and he would find himself in his mate's arms at the end of each night. Night had fallen on Winterland and the strange, difficult day. The storm was in full swing, the winds high and strong, dumping snow at an alarming rate on the small town. The thick snow was a good reminder that Winterland was insulated, protected by nature. No matter what came their way, the people of Winterland would stick together and defend what was theirs and help out anyone who needed a hand. It was the Winterland way. Even the kids of Winterland knew they had a part to play. Peter, Little Peter, who had already been through so much, had begged to spend the night at Madeline's again. He wanted to help her and her kids knit blankets and other articles for the shifters that could be joining Winterland in the next few weeks. As soon as things calmed, Colin was going to have to put his foot down. Peter had been staying at Madeline's place way too often. He liked being around other kids, and he liked the noise and joy that seemed to envelop Madeline and her family. But now he had Piper by his side. With her and Peter, all of them together could create their own joy, something that was their very own, something they could share with the rest of Winterland. Piper already had 1,000 activities she wanted to try with Peter. The kid had his own bedroom, but it didn't look like much. Piper had this idea of taking him down to Anchorage to get him to pick paint for his walls, and maybe a few other things to make the space his. It would be his first real home, and Piper wanted it to be just right. The goal, she said, is that one day he wants to invite his friends here, instead of always wanting to go elsewhere. His mate had a line on kids he just didn't have. It was good Piper had come along when he needed her most. He thought that having a mate would take away from Peter. He hadn't considered that it could be a bonus for the kid. It was. It would be. Colin and Piper had the night to themselves after a pure whirlwind of activity. After 3 months of dodging her and pretending she didn't exist, he had seen the light. He didn't want to wait anymore. He wanted her. Forever. Enough time had been wasted. Colin watched Piper from the living room. She had grabbed cookies and milk as a late-night snack. She moved with ease and grace. Seeing her in his home, so comfortable, gave him that feeling everything would be okay. She took her seat next to him on the couch and offered him the plate of cookies. He took one and stuffed it into his mouth while he tried to find the right thing to say to her. "Darlin', I'm really happy you're here with me right now. All those months ago, I made a mistake. I should have waited for you to wake up. I should have taken you out on a proper date. I should have done a lot of things. I handled it all wrong." "I know," she said between bites of her cookie. "I really wanted to hate you, you know. But really, I hated you because I couldn't stop thinking about you. I avoided Dusty's for the simple reason that I knew. I knew if I ran into you again, we'd end up in a bed. I think my heart always recognized you as mine. Maybe not in the way you knew. I don't have a bear in my head telling me we're meant to be together, but I do have good instincts. My gut feeling says you're it for me." She laid her head on his shoulder and squeezed his thigh. "How's that for a confession?" He chuckled and ran his hand down her arm. "It's a good one. It makes my bear very happy to hear you say that. Not as happy as he was when you rode on his back. It definitely made up for you passing out the first time you saw him. Oh, give a lady a break, will you? It's not every day you see the man you've just slept with turn into an animal. It was a shock. But I have to say I can get used to it. Just maybe not riding the bear again. That was an extreme sport I'm not ready for." Colin's laughter shook the whole couch. "He can hear you when you talk about him, darling." He kissed the crown of her head. "I'm so sorry, Polar Bear," she giggled. "Piper, darling, there's something I need to say." Hearing his sobering tone, she pushed away from the nestle of his arms to look at his face. He cupped her cheek in his hand. "What is it? Are you mad I ate the last cookie?" She took it from the plate and munched on it, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "I know you said you didn't want to go through the mating until this was all laid to rest. I want to know, Piper, do you still feel like that? Do you still want to wait?" Piper bit down on her lip, her eyes locked with his. Her red hair was darker, still wet from her shower. Her creamy white skin was pink from the heat. The scent of honey dripped off her, making his mouth water. "Honestly? Of course. I don't know. I think I was using that as an excuse because this is crazy. How you make me feel is crazy. How fast this whole thing is going. It's a lot. It's scary for a human like me, you know? I can imagine. The question remains, do you want to wait? He tried to temper the way his blood was coursing through his veins. He tried to pretend he wasn't holding his breath, that this moment wasn't enormous for him. Piper sprung up and off the couch.
How's this for an answer?
She took off her sleep tea. Her breasts, those creamy mounds peaked with perfect dark red nubs, were right there, pleading with him. He wanted to taste them, to see if they tasted like raspberries, because they looked as delicious and fresh as berries. "What are you doing?" He growled low in the back of his throat. His entire body was awake and ready to go. His cock was hardening, and his bear was chanting nonsense, sure that Piper was about to give him the go-ahead to mate her. Colin didn't want to get his hopes up. "Well," she slowly peeled off flannel pants, "what do you think I'm doing?" He swallowed, his skin on fire with anticipation. "It looks like you're stripping." In nothing but a pair of black boy shorts, his mate winked at him. "That is what I am doing, you big goof." "Does that mean—" He let his question drop, or maybe he just forgot how to talk. "Yes, Colin Relic, take me to our bedroom and mate me. Make me yours forever." He wouldn't be told twice. He grabbed her by the waist, and she hopped up, closing her legs around his waist. It lined them up in a delicious way, but it wasn't enough. He needed to be inside her. He wanted her hard and fast. He wanted to mate her. He wanted to consume her completely before his desire for her made him insane. Colin laid her on the bed and ripped her underwear off. Piper sat up and tugged at his belt while he pulled his shirt off. "I gotta say," she cooed, "I like that you never wear boxers. It makes this whole stripping thing much more convenient." He should take the time to explain that it was much easier to not wear underwear. They only got ruined when he shifted anyway. He pushed her back on the bed and laid on top of her. His mouth found hers, his naked body covered hers. His cock trailed against the smooth skin of her stomach. Her tongue wrestled with his when he deepened their kiss. Piper gripped his hair hard. Her fingers dug into his scalp as she took everything from him. Mind, body, heart, soul. It was all hers anyway. She should take it. "This won't be slow and sweet, darling. We'll do that after. Right now I just want you." Piper grinned down at him. "You haven't learned yet, have you? You can't boss me around, Colin Relic." With her thighs, she moved them until he was the one with his back pressed into the bed. Piper straddled him, and her hand reached for his erection. She ran her hand up and down his length, making him groan in delight. It felt good, but not as good as it was about to get. Compromise, remember? I want it slow and sweet. You want it hard and fast. "I can't think right now, let alone compromise," he growled, trying to shift their position to be on top. "Nope." Piper held her ground. "It can be hard and sweet, Colin. It can be." He could have swallowed his tongue and he wouldn't have known. He didn't know how those two things could coexist, but he trusted her. Piper positioned his cock at her entrance and slid down fast, filling herself completely with him. She ground down her hips, stopping to moan and let the moment settle. She moved her hips fast and hard, just like he wanted it to be. But then she leaned down, crushing her tits to his chest. She kissed him soft and sweet. The sensation was so at odds with the rest of his body's sensations, Colin didn't know what to feel. He gripped her hips tightly as she fucked him. Her pussy was clenched around him like a vice. Every time she slammed down on him, she delved her tongue into his mouth in a tender caress. He could feel her legs shaking at his sides. Her breath was coming in short pants as she kissed him over and over. He felt it. All across his body he could sense she was close. Colin lifted his hips off the bed, going deeper inside of her when she slammed down. It was enough. She careened high, screaming his name. Her walls sucked him in deep, and he went over the edge, pleasure shooting out of him and into her. His teeth sought her neck, and he bit down on the sensitive skin as they rode each other through the waves of pleasure. A flash of light burned behind his eyes, his entire body warm and complete. A profound sensation of belonging took root inside of him. He had found her, his mate, his forever. "I love you," he whispered in her ear. "I should have said it before we got to this point, but I love you, Piper Flamia." She smiled at him, her hands brushing his sweaty hair from his forehead. "I figured that the mate thing was the shifter way of saying I love you. But it's nice to hear, especially since I love you too. I think I fell in love with you when I found you in the snow, crashed snowmobile and all." She laughed, kissing him. "I didn't love you then. I was too mad at you for rescuing me. I might have been a little in love with you before then, probably when you ordered chocolate cake at Dusty's." "If I had known that's all it took," he teased, looking up lovingly at her. She bit down on his lip, kissing the sting away. "I'm happy here, Colin. Winterland is home now. I want to protect it." "You will. And the wonderful thing about this town? It protects you right back. We're a family here, and now you're one of the heads. I couldn't have dreamed of a better partner, even if you are too mouthy and opinionated sometimes." "Yeah, well, I have got an opinion now." "Good Lord, help us. What is it?" She reached down to cup his balls, rolling the soft skin in her palm. "We compromised for hard and sweet. I believe it's time for slow and sweet." "Only if we do fast and hard later." "I see no reasons to argue," she said, batting her eyes innocently. "Yet," he corrected, spinning their position to press her back into the bed. "Here's to sweet, slow, hard, and everything else life throws our way."
Chapter 20. Grace. Grace Tumbler didn't do adventures. She didn't do taking risks. Her wheelhouse was more in line with staying in her library, planning activities for the children's story time, and having tea with Agnes and the other old women of Hawkins. Yet there she was, stumbling through the airport, luggage trailing behind her, on the way to her gate. Grace had never ridden on a plane, and she wasn't too excited by the prospect of it. She had read one too many books about tragic plane crashes. With shaking hands, she gave her boarding pass to the flight attendant and rolled her carry-on down the narrow hallway and onto the plane. It took some doing, but she stuffed her luggage into the overhead compartment and sat. She clutched a book to her chest and took deep breaths. "This is all for Piper. I am doing this for Piper. My best friend is in trouble and she needs me. It is fine. I am fine. Everything will be just fine." She chanted that in her mind as the plane took off. She didn't stop when she landed in Colorado, then in Washington, then somewhere in Canada. During that particular layover, the panic really set in. But it was nothing like the panic she felt in the Anchorage airport when a grumpy old man pointed toward the smallest, most beat-up plane Grace had ever seen. Bundled up in layer upon layer of clothing, she eyed the aircraft and swallowed bile. "For Piper, because she is in trouble and obviously has been kidnapped and brainwashed by some kind of Alaskan cult." Piper had been declared missing, but Grace refused to believe it. She would comb all of Alaska to find Piper. There had to be a reasonable explanation for her best friend's disappearance. She didn't buy the ranger's line that Piper had gotten separated from her crew. Piper was too good for that. Something was way wrong. With her legs trembling and her heart beating in the back of her throat, Grace took her seat on the plane. She squeezed her eyes shut when they took to the air, and she didn't open them until the pilot announced they were going down. Down, as in a fiery crash. With a dry laugh, Grace braced for impact. She should have known her first adventure would end in a plane crash. Books were just so much better, so much safer than reality. Grace Tumbler didn't do adventures, but fate was throwing one her way. whether she liked it or not. The end. For now. The fight for Winterland continues in Ice Scrape with Sawyer and Grace. Get your copy here. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Frostbite, Royal Claws, Book 2, by Millie Taiden. Narrated for you by Vanessa Kitchens and Michael Axtell. This has been a Findaway AudioWorks production, presented by Orange Sky Audio. Copyright 2021 by Millie Taiden. Published by arrangement with Stone Song. Production copyright 2021 by Orange Sky Audio. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.